Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome to the Forts Official Tournament 28. I'm looking forward to this one, ladies and gentlemen. The Forts Pro League has ended, so now we're off to a more standard tournament. We're going to get to see how this one plays out. This one is a 1v1 team deathmatch on the Moonshots. So we're going to get to see how this one turns out. But first, let's go ahead and get a little bit of introductions in, because I'm not here alone. I want to join up with the others. Hello there.
Hey, Incursus, how you doing, man?
I'm doing very well, and I'm excited.
Me too. This is gonna be awesome.
It is.
Good
It has
1v1 action, you know.
Exactly. It has been a minute. I've been doing a lot of Forts Pro League stuff, which has not been 1v1, so now we're off to the classic, the 1v1 experience. I get to see how this turns out.
Indeed.
We're also joined here by 42 Scientist. Hello there.
Greetings.
Yes. 42 is doing much of the behind the scenes, the cat herding and management stuff. I imagine 42 very often likes to focus on that.
Oh yes, really.
But he will be here, so and I'm sure he'll be watching chat at least a little bit. So we can always, you guys can ask him questions if you so desire.
It is 16 cats, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lot of cats.
It's a lot less than FPL. That's for sure.
That's true. But I think it is a little bit more. Okay. It looks to be a little bit more micromanaged, as in there's less of. We don't have the spreadsheet out. We don't have all the.
No. This is lots more relaxed in a way.
Yeah. Less strict.
A bit more, less formal, I would say.
Yes. Which is interesting. I guess considering the size of the Forts Pro League, you have to have a strict system, or else it just doesn't work at all.
I was looking at the graphic that I sent you earlier, Incursus, and we've done a lot of tournaments. This is tournament 28, and I believe you've casted most of them, if not all of them. Maybe not the first couple, right? But then you started to, or when do you think you started
I participated in the first couple. I wasn't casting those. I think by the time it got down to Balrock or Raisin, I know Time to Carry I casted.
Yeah. And you actually won one of these tournaments, didn't you? Or were
yes, it was one of the team ones.
Yeah. Yeah, there is one where it says Incursus bar, but was it one of
it wasn't that one. It wasn't that one.
No.
Oh, that wasn't you, right? That's right. That was the name of the team.
That was just a name team.
For some reason.
I'll be honest.
Was it
I
Battlefield?
don't remember.
Were you guys Battlefield engineers? Does that ring a bell?
No, that was Pyro, I think.
No, that was Pyro and team. I genuinely don't remember.
Well,
it has been a minute.
Here. I can check for you.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I've got the badges here, right?
Yeah.
Tournament XI.
Okay.
There we go.
There you are.
SAS 001.
Oh yes.
Good old
So
SAS. That was a good team.
It's my favorite team. Say. Good lord. All right. So today, as with most tournaments, we are going to be joined by. Well, I guess XXVIII is not going to be in this call specifically, but these very same matches will be cast live on Twitch, not only on my channel, but also on XXVIII's channel. And I believe we also have the French cat. Yes.
Yes.
Pile.
We do have your favorite skill player.
Yes. We will have both German and French casting, so if anyone here wishes to check them out, or at least enjoy the experience in those other languages, they are available. Okay.
I believe we have Russian as well.
Yes, we have
we?
Russian.
We do.
We have the official Russian Forts channel.
Oh my.
By official, I mean it's the one called Russian Forts.
The one called Russian Forts.
I mean, it's the most popular Russian channel I know of.
Well, there we go.
Cool.
Okay. I don't see them currently live, but I'm sure that will be fixed. That explains the Russian name in game. I was gonna say, because like I've seen forts get more popular in the Russian community. I think Halrasi has become the hero.
Oh yeah,
Halrasi and friends.
RSC is very liked in the community.
Yes. I feel so bad because he asks me every so often to do castings and such, and it's usually some scheduling conflict. Like he wants to do a cast on like the 4th of July, which for Americans just doesn't really happen because fireworks. I'm gonna be spending that day with my family, but I'm like, oh my god, why? It's like every time. And then of course next week on Saturday we also have the continuance of this same tournament. So this is the round of 16, and next time we've got the round of 8. Yes.
Okay, I think everyone is ready.
All right. If everyone's ready, then we should be ready to jump
Oh,
in.
1 minute.
Almost.
Okay.
Okay. 1 minute. 60 seconds. 60 seconds and counting.
So who's first up here?
First up,
We have a couple. We have a legend, FPL legend Renician, who is usually known in the team Greenleaf.
Yep.
Against, I believe it's a Russian player named Woman. I don't know why they are called that, but why not? They are pretty good from what I know,
Okay.
even though we didn't see them yet.
I think I've seen them in the ranked.
yes, they have a couple
Oh,
ranked
yeah.
badges,
Possibly.
top 20 ranked badges. So they are experienced in forts. They're not new to the game. They're merely new to the tournament scene, and I am very interested to see how that works out. That's pretty interesting. That is very interesting. A lot of times in tournaments, and I mention this every time because I think it's worth mentioning for people, especially for the viewers who haven't seen it or haven't heard it before, is that we always have a group of new players that come to join these tournaments because these tournaments are open. It's like first come, first serve with most of the time little restriction on it. I mean, obviously they do fill up, but it is oftentimes the first come, first served with that. And so we do usually get a fair few new players that come to join. And then obviously this starting skill level for those players varies over time. But this one is a player who's not new to forts, but is new to the tournaments. And I'm curious to see how well they do this time.
I agree. I think it's cool. New players coming in.
Yes. All right then. Looks like everything's ready. You started off. Players
As
are
soon
back.
as
Match
Ethan is
made.
back.
Ah,
Yes.
okay. Oh,
Yeah, unlucky timing, I
Ethan
guess.
disconnected. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Ah, jeez. The cats, they must heard.
Yeah,
For anyone in chat wondering, we do have a stream delay. So there will not be any stream sniping in-game, but it does mean chat banter. I can see your questions, but answering them in real time is unlikely. I will have to save them for between matches. All right.
Okay, I think he has trouble rejoining, so we start without him.
All right. Sounds good to me. Let's do this.
And this is a best of 3, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Cool.
All the matches today will be best of 3.
And also, each player gets 1 map ban and 1 commander ban.
Ooh.
There are no picks. The maps are picked randomly, and the players can just pick whatever commander. But bans are always nice.
Yes. I appreciate the bans, especially on the commanders. Like, I imagine the players are particularly enjoy the map bans. But I, as a viewer and caster, mostly enjoy the commander bans because it forces a major strategic difference. Like, it actually requires strategic variation. Whereas in the maps, like with the maps, they force the maps require specific builds, like optimized builds, to work at this level of play. And within those optimized builds, you get variations depending on the commander choice. And as the viewer, it's nice to see that extra variation, and it's not just the same build over and over and over again. It just turns into a mirror match. But the thing is, if both teams are picking the same commander every time, then it's a mirror match again. Anyways, so like having that ban forces a variation that you don't often see. I say that knowing full well that both of these players here have picked Pinch Fist, so it's going to be a mirror match anyways. But at least, at least it's a chance, all right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh lord.
The thing is, if you win with the commander, you are not allowed to play it again for this match.
Correct. If
But
you
this will force some other variety, hopefully.
Exactly. One of the rules we have here for the best of 3s is once you win with the commander, you cannot use that same commander again. This also means that if we have a mirror match like this, one of the players is inevitably going to win, because I don't think having a tie is a likely situation here. Which means that, let's say, for example, if Dranistian wins this, Dranistian will not be able to use Pinch Fist again. But Woman, the other player, will be able to use Pinch Fist, so that forces a bit of variation that you don't often see. Now, to this match specifically, things started out pretty nicely. Right up until about the 2-minute mark, things were approximately the same. Then we had a divergence in tactics. Dranistian's going to try to rocket rush and wipe their opponent out of the sky, whereas here on Team 2, right-hand side in red, our local Russian player is going for a heavy weapons rush. You know, honestly, this is the base of a very experienced player. Most of the time when you have a new player to the tournament scene, even if they come from ladder, there's just a skill gap between the ladder and what you see in the tournaments. I'm not catching that here. This is an experienced player who's, I think, properly tournament capable. Dranistian, on the other hand, probably at this point better known for being part of Team Greenleaf, is just going to blow their opponent out of the air. Dranistians come aggressive, knives out, and it's going to cause some problems for their opponent. I do want to shout out the Russian player here has managed to predict this, or at least scout what the opponent was doing and react accordingly. Before even the first rocket was fired, Woman had 3 machine guns and rocket defenses. So like this is not going to be a clean rocket rush out of Dranistian. Dranistian's going to have to fight for it. Look at that, even the sniper anti-air. So when it comes to this particular game state, because we have seen this time and time again, the player who's going for the heavy weapons rush, their goal is to get a heavy weapon on the field. Because the rockets and the shotguns and such, as much as they are terrifying and horrible to deal with, they do not deal... They can be mitigated, and therefore they do not have their damage guaranteed. Which means that Team 2 can, once they stabilize, take 0 damage. Like, that's it. Like, then the rocket rush can be completely shut down. Heavy weapons cannot be completely shut down. Especially things like cannons and such will always deal damage. And so a player who's going for a rush can be worn down in a way that the receiver of the rockets, the catcher of the rockets, simply can't. And so now we get to see Team 2 here, the red team on the right-hand side. They're getting their first fire beam. And it's almost complete. And once it's online, Dranistian's gonna take some damage. It's gonna be significant damage. And we'll get to see if Dranistian can actually come back from that. And of course, Dranistian's gonna do everything they can to take out that fire beam, which they do. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad for the red player here. Okay, so that is objective failed for Team 2, and primary objective complete for Dranistian. Because once that weapon goes down, it is very, very difficult to get that back. The thing about rockets, they start the death spiral. And Team 2, their job is to get the heavy weapon going, so they could use the heavy weapon to break the death spiral. But how do you find the money to purchase a heavy weapon when you're this deep into it? It's been 6 minutes of death spiral now. Dranistian is ramping up the pressure. Look at this. More rockets is up to triple rocket, going up to quadruple rocket now. That's death. Typically, triple rocket is the death part, the death mark, where you can't actually recover. Like, you need someone else to save you. But there is no someone else in a 1v1. So that's a problem. That's a problem for the red team over here. Oh dear.
Ooh. This is kind of a bit of bullying.
That's a good way to describe it. Classic rockets. They are quite the bully weapon, because they only work if... Oh,
there we go.
And there it is.
Oh, shooting him on it as he falls.
Skeet shooting! Take him out the firing range. Good lord. Some aggressive openers for Dranistian. And they take round 1 in this best of 3. Well, that's exciting.
That was great.
Yes. I like that. A spicy opener.
Yep. Yeah, really nice buzzsaws there at the end.
Buzzsaws. They do so much damage. Alright, looks like working on the next round. So, because...
Did you... Sorry, I was just going to quickly ask you, did you notice that we added a couple of new features in the recent update?
I did. I saw a menu button on the top left of the lobby screen, among other things.
Yes.
So that's actually very nice. I forgot about that. So, a little bit behind the scenes, just before I turned the stream on, I left the lobby, because we hang out in the lobby for a while, because I don't want to show up after the stream starts. The reason I left is because I'm so accustomed to not having a menu button in the in-game lobby that I just habitually left the lobby so I could go change some game settings.
Yes, you can change them.
I could
obviously,
change
in the
them
lobby now.
in the lobby.
Yeah, yeah. There's a few good ones. And did you see the new co-op on death feature?
Oh yeah, I've the last couple of Fort streams, like for the past couple of weeks, I've been using that.
Yeah. What do you
I
think?
love it. I say through gritted teeth. I appreciate its existence. I think it's actually genuinely fun, and I love it as a concept, and I want to hear other people's opinions on it.
Yes.
Because most of the time in my streams, we have a very high very wide range of players. Because they're public lobbies, we don't do like curated lobbies, so they first come, first serve. If you want to join, you can join. We've had players who literally download and install. They see the stream, buy the game, download it, and join like 5 minutes later. Haven't even gone through the tutorial kind of stuff. Don't know how to interact, and they join the lobbies. And then we have literal #1 tournament champions, the most badges in the same lobby. It's chaos. It's madness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a lot of the times, and one of the complaints of co-op is that the team that has co-op is only as strong as their weakest player, which means we can be playing team deathmatch with 4 players on a team, and suddenly my base starts acting as a player who hasn't played forts before, which is some degree of frustrating. But I am not the most common player, and for what I've heard, it's actually a lot of fun. And there has absolutely led to moments where we'll have a 4-player like TDM match where only 1 core remains, and all of us are doing everything we can to keep the last core alive. And that is a massive degree of fun that you just couldn't get outside of it. So like
Yeah. It was intended more in a casual setting. You know what I mean? Where you're playing with friends and, 1 core goes down and that player gets to keep playing rather than sit there for 20 minutes watching everybody else have fun, right?
Yes.
But what's interesting and typical of the Forts community is that they've all looked at it and gone, how can we strategize this? And sure enough, they're already doing that, so it's a bit of a quandary now, because like, do we let this be part of the FPL? That significantly changes things, right? It's not a easy decision,
yes. I've already seen
so
some of those practiced strategies coming out.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying, but I can't say we've made the decision yet, because there's the the essence of forts that we have to preserve as well, from a competitive point of view. So in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to have another tournament similar to this, a high seas tournament, in probably less than a month or so. And we're going to have co-op on death on that one, and to try it out in a competitive environment and just see how it plays out when played in anger, so to speak. So yeah,
Okay.
it'll be interesting.
I am very interested. Because there's a lot. It changes some of the strategies. I've also seen strategies that involve purposeful and immediate self-destruction of the cores.
Well, that's it. That's a key one that people are doing, and it's it's hard to get used to.
I cannot wait to see.
It
how
certainly
goes.
is. Yeah, because it results in some rather dramatic changes. 'Cause, like, not only is it a build order slowdown, because it's a waste of resources, and it requires some time between disconnect. It also reduces the amount of damage your fort can take, more or less, or your team can take, because you only have 1 core left. But you get more build space because you don't have the inconvenience of a core just sitting in the way. So like, I do want to see how, as you put it, I want to see how it gets how the using it in anger affects things.
I mean, yeah, and in one of the main first rules.
Journistine is pinch fist.
Oh.
That is correct.
Yell at him. Trinistian? Why have you done this? All right. So as we were saying, yes, clarifying the rules for the players.
Yes, I mean, it's the FPL rules, and I have said so in the tournament channel, so they should be aware. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Mild rule issue. There we go.
I will be more aware next time.
Yeah, we stopped that pretty quickly, so that's good.
That's...
Yeah.
Just what we were saying before, one of the first rules in the FPL is no suicides, which we always meant as a thing to, lose graciously at the end of the battle, right? So that rule could remain, which would then remove this tactical aspect of co-op.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
So, or we have to change that rule. So, anyways, watch this space.
Strategical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Massive, groundbreaking changes to the fundamental rules of forts.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Yeah. So that's interesting. I'm curious to see how that's going to work out. It works a little bit differently when you use high seas because you can't really connect boat to boat. But on the regular fort matches where we're, just stuck on the side of a cliff or something like, woman over here in the blue, you can absolutely connect to the other fort positions. They just turn into an expansion slot, at which point you're not losing out the total economy and such. So you're just merging your forts to play co-op, which for competitive players that are experienced and work together, especially when they're on comms, as they almost exclusively are, you can do a lot under co-op, and it actually opens up capabilities that you wouldn't have otherwise. So it's nice. But that is something that the players won't have to do this time, because this time it's a 1v1, no other cooperation than with your own brain, which, to be fair, can be difficult sometimes. As on the left-hand side, we have Woman in the blue, playing as the Pinch Fist Commander, selling off their base and internals for faster tech production speed. They're playing against their opponent, Dranistian, in the red, who's going for another early game rush, this time with mortars rather than rockets, mortars on the lower ground, and this has been spotted. Dranistian is going for an early aggressive play, and Woman has recognized it and is reacting accordingly. Though I think not strongly enough. They're getting a lot of machine gunners, and the reason I say not strongly enough is because they don't have enough around their core. And that's why, because those mortars will go directly to the core and ignite it, and Woman is down to 50% and dropping, and if another mortar lands like that, which is likely unless they manage to fix this, it's going to be a very quick round. The machine gunners are trying, and the blue team lives for the moments. But Dranistian's starting to ramp up the pressure with, that's 4 more mortars. Alright, so that's going up to 7 mortar launchers, where 3 was almost enough to eliminate their opponent so far. So that's going to be a bit fast. It's worth noting that Dranistian's core is protected by a single plank of wood. So that's, not much defense. A buzzsaw or most anything else could remove that. Looks like Woman has actually noticed this and is reacting with a buzzsaw specifically. Dranistian is starting to defend the core a little bit, but that is not enough defense to protect the core. Oh, okay.
Wow. That's a good shot. Very good.
Wow. Okay, just immediate reaction. Well, that was fast. Looks like Jernistian also teching into flak here, probably for shotguns to help deal with those machine gunners, because the mortars are having trouble punching through. Partially because Jernistian's missing a lot, partially because it's just incendiary mortars, which don't deal much structure damage. And so when they do hit, they're hitting extraneous pieces of the fort and not actually breaking things. Although, that might just hit the turbine. Nah, the turbines are protected. I'm impressed. Women over here getting heavy mortars, which is faster than Jernistian. Jernistian's not actually trying for heavy mortars. But those heavy mortars are going to hit, and they're going to deal damage. Or they're going to get shot out of the sky by the flak. But when they hit, they will deal damage. Ooh, a beautiful snipe. Jernistian losing the sniper duel and a flak and a mortar in the process. Okay, alright. Women fighting back, fighting fire with fire, mortars with mortars, snipers with snipers, and winning it. A scrappy fight starting early. It's going to draw the game out a bit. Jernistian, however, has noticed that Woman's Fort is particularly vulnerable to buzzsaws and could have... Yep, there it is. Oh, that was so close. I was fully expecting that to rip off entirely.
Yep.
Okay. And we have incendiary everywhere. That was some incredibly fast placement of the sandbags, protecting those mortars from the incendiary flak. The snipers sniping each other in a perfect 1-to-1 trade. Okay. Oh, the wobble. A little extra stress on the forts and the foundation. It's fine. We're trying to get a little extra stability tech here. And looks like they'll get it in place. Oof, Jernistian losing the sniper duel this time. And for it, also loses of their flak. Oh dear. The mortars are flying again, but that feels more like spite than actual attempts for real damage. It's like, I'm just going to keep you distracted while I go do... Yeah.
Right now.
Exactly. Like, Jernistian is firing these mortars, but this isn't an attempt to deal real damage. It's just keeping their opponent busy. Whereas, it looks like Woman has fully tech swapped. They've got a laser production facility about 7/8 of the way complete. That will allow them to produce heavy weapons. It looks like they're trying to save up for a plasma, though given Jernistian's interest in these early game weapons, it may be a little bit more difficult to actually get that. Because yeah, there's this buzzsaw and the fire everywhere, and yeah, it's not... Trying to repair that while also getting the heavy weapon is a little bit difficult. A lot difficult. Away go Woman's mortars as Jernistian sends their now upgraded heavy mortars over. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Woman had 900 metal, which was 100 metal shy of placing the plasma, and went all the way down to 100. Oh boy. So that's just their life for the moment. Whereas Jernistian is upgrading to miniguns. Okay, so they're gonna stay on the low tech and just scale their damage a bit more, which is a decision. I'm not sure it's a good decision, but it's the one Jernistian's making. And Jernistian, I would say, has retaken the lead. I don't know, actually. It's difficult to say, because Jernistian, while clearly the aggressor, isn't making real progress here. like they're causing damage, but it's women's just floating so much metal. They're saving up all the money they need to get their heavy weapon down, and they're 60 metal away from placing a plasma, is what it is. And oh boy, here come the mortars again. Oh, oh,
Oh, wow.
that's a lot of damage. And everything burns. Okay. So that was a lot of damage, and I think the plasma is going to go down now. There it is. So now... Oh, I was going to say, Jernistian's on the clock. Oh, Jernistian has to end the game or get the death spiral deep enough that the plasma won't save him, which is very difficult to do in this situation. But it is close. Woman just has to survive for like another minute and a half and then actually start dealing damage. Ooh. Yeah. There it is. More damage. Here come the plasmas again. Machine gunners doing their job, keeping everything clear, keeping the skies clear. Okay. Oh, that is scary. That's touching that buzzsaw. If it hits that spot again, it's gonna take us the stability tech, which I don't think will be lethal. That's not great. Not a great experience. There's an EMP. Sniper takes it out. Sniper anti-air. A little bit more incendiary action splashing all over woman's base. Oh! Oh! Exposed core. Air-cooled core. Sniper coming. Oh, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Firebird active ignites the core, letting it burn down. That was actually pretty close. That was surprisingly close. But with it, Jernistian gets a clean sweep 2-0 in a surprisingly back and forth match for both matches. I'm very happy with this. Well done. Well done, everyone. Well, with that off the back of a blazing glory, Jernistian uses the Firebird Commander to wipe out their opponent and wins 2-0 in this best of 3.
Very well done.
Very, very well done.
I suppose the result was a little bit expected, but, you know, good to see women put up a good fight.
Yes, actually, I think that's a good description. It's nice to see, because like whenever the newer players arrive, there's always the expected experience of they're going to get bullied. Women did not go down quietly. Usually when we see newer players to the tournament scene, it's pretty one-sided, at least for the first 2, maybe 3 times they join a tournament. But this was not one-sided. It was still a victory for the experienced tournament competitor, but it was certainly not one-sided.
While we wait for the cats, other features that were added to the game is we decoupled the pause, the game pausing. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, yes, I did. I noticed very strongly. And for the record, I love it. It just also reset my keybinds.
Yes.
I didn't notice until I was like already in the match, and I'm like, why do my buttons not work?
Yeah.
Then I tried pressing escape, and like nothing's happening. I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And the advantage of this is that you can bring up the menu and change your settings without actually pausing the game.
Yes.
For everybody, if you're the host, and which is handy because that means you don't have to leave the lobby, or even shut down the lobby. You don't even have to leave the game itself that you're in, the battle that you're in, and you can pause and make changes.
Also, and I love this, I could spam the escape key to force deselect whatever is happening on screen, and it doesn't bring up the menu because I rebound the menu away from escape entirely.
Yep.
So like escape is just now hard deselect for me, and nothing else. It doesn't bring up the menu. It doesn't pause. I can just spam the button whenever I want whatever is happening to stop happening.
Yeah, that's good.
It makes me happy. It's a get out of everything button.
It's nice to be at that sort of fixing the quality of life issues of the game at this, because we've been working on the game so long, and gone through the major features, so now we're refining, putting the fine polish on the game after all these years of features like that,
I appreciate it so much. I really do. And it makes me so happy.
That said, we got some pretty cool stuff coming up down the pipeline too, so again, watch this space.
Yes. Yes, I will be. I know chat will be too, because they love this stuff. Alrighty.
So who's next here?
Next up is going to be...
we have Clau Alice, which we've seen in the FPL. He was teaming with I Am Myself, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Icebreaker, who was also in the FPL, but they didn't win as many matches, but he's still good and he's connected. Really. Let me jump back.
All right. Looks like the match is made. Player's not quite ready yet. We'll be moving into the new match here shortly. All right. Looks like we're good to go.
Here we go.
And we are off to round one in this best of three. Icebreaker versus Clau. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue. It is Icebreaker playing as the Architect Commander. One of my favorite commanders. Very good at most things, really. I describe them as kind of a generalist commander, because their gimmick is they build faster. And they have cheaper wood, which just makes building faster, better. And building isn't really a niche thing, it benefits everything, so like, it's there. It doesn't lend toward any particular strategy that is unusual, so much as you just get more stuff, which is always a good strategy in any RTS game. But they're playing against their opponent. On Team 2 in the red, it's Clau Alice. Clau Alice. Doing the sniper thing of just being obnoxious, which is a very sniper thing to do. Clau in the red is playing as the Armadillo Commander. Armadillo Commander, however, adds additional defensive bonuses to your fort. And this tends to lend itself toward later games with higher economies because you can defend yourself a little bit more than any other fort, which means that you can delay the game. And when you can delay the game, you benefit from more eco and generally later gameplay. So that's... I think we're going to see some late gameplay here between the commander that builds everything faster and the commander that tanks even more. I expect we're going to see more stuff lasting longer. It is worth noting that both of these commanders lend themselves toward getting an upgrade center. As with on one side, with the Armadillo commander, getting the upgrade center can pay off because you can survive for long enough that you can actually afford to, well, upgrade all of your things, and the game will simply last sufficiently long to make that happen, to make it pay off. Whereas on the other side, because of the additional build speed, you can get an upgrade center earlier and build everything faster, and in doing so, you still get the same amount of stuff. So, or at least a similar amount of stuff, which means that the upgrade center can pay off too, which means we often see an upgrade center out of Architect commanders. Although we don't see one in this match in particular out of Icebreaker, as they are instead going directly to the laser production facility. Looks like we are going to see a mirror in technologies as both teams going for the energy weapon heavies. Token EMP disables blue team's freshly placed upgrade center, so we will see an upgrade center out of both teams here. Not terribly surprised by that. It is worth noting that there is a 15-minute time limit on this match. So while both of these commanders lend themselves toward longer games, there is a cap as to how long that game can be. Ooh, that EMP is snaking around the bottom, taking out a mortar. Or not a mortar, a wind turbine. I say there's no offensive weapons. I don't know if I count an EMP as an offensive weapon. It's more like a psychological weapon. It deals emotional damage. And sometimes build order pain. Okay.
And those are very precise shots.
Let's see. Well, there's the plasma placed for Team 1 and plasma placed for Team 2 at approximately, like, almost exactly the same time. Which is interesting, because the EMP was shutting stuff down on icebreakers, but I guess it didn't shut down anything important enough. We'll get to see how this buzzsaw, well, completely misses. Could have done damage, could have done a lot of damage. Certainly could have done a lot of damage, but it didn't do a lot of damage. It missed. I'm a little surprised, but I guess not terribly surprised to see that EMP still existing. It's nice to have an EMP on the board when you're going lasers, but having it now is a little early. Usually, the token EMP gets sold off before it can become a liability. It is certainly a liability, and is part of the reason why it's not being used right now, because it's a liability. But it becomes useful again when you're going lasers, because lasers can be completely shut down by energy shields, and energy shields can be completely shut down by EMPs. Interesting. Both players going double plasma. We're not seeing the fire beam plasma combo. Fire beam plasma combo is much more efficient in terms of energy, and does similar-ish damage, at least in terms of penetration. So you usually see fire beam plasma beam combo, especially in these smaller matches with single base worth of eco. It's unusual to see plasmas. Double plasma, at least. You'll get one plasma, but double plasma is just kind of expensive.
Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised because you have a lot of horizontal penetration to do on this map compared to others.
That is true. That is true.
And Firebeam Plasma is better against dense stuff.
Yes. That is certainly true. Whew, that EMP could have been devastating. I mean, it did shut down one of the doors. So defense-wise, Icebreaker's defense is just way weaker than Cloud's defense here. And that's about to be very meaningful. Oof. Threading the needle. Hitting the turbines, but nothing else. Oh, threading the needle again. Finding the skill. Is that going to become a thing? Oh no. Alright. Well, Icebreaker didn't have the energy to full burn both of those shots in the plasma. Which is unfortunate, because if they did, it would have penned and would have dealt potentially game-ending damage. Because that was just shy of touching the core and did actually touch the EMP. Okay. So what I was mentioning about the defenses earlier is Icebreaker's defenses on their plasmas is much more expensive than the defenses for Cloud Space. And also importantly, because it's large here, it presents itself a 2-unit gap. A gap of size to 4 arbitrary mass distance units for their opponent to hit in order to deal damage. Whereas on the other side, where the EMP is coming from, it's all 1 gap of 1, which is not nearly as easy to hit. So that's relevant. Additionally, because the bases tend to wibble and wobble, especially when they get impacted by anything, the duration of the laser burn matters, because the laser will start to wobble and then will lose focus, and very often it will wobble more than the distance of a single arbitrary distance unit. And in doing so, as we see here for Icebreaker, wobbling back and forth between these 2 points, splashing its damage around. When you have a door as wide as this, that splash damage all impacts the same spot, and it doesn't really matter because it's all impacting the same spot. When you have a door as small as this, it wobbles all over the place and doesn't actually hit the same door, and therefore it splashes the damage everywhere, dealing 0 penetration. Now, Icebreaker got a beautiful shot just a moment ago, eliminating Clow's mines up top, and Clow, just now, wiped out Icebreaker's lowermost plasma beam, which is bad for Icebreaker, and about to lose their second. Yeah, okay, so that's really bad for Icebreaker. Firebeam penetrates. Icebreaker loses every single one of their plasmas, both of them doing massive damage to the core because plasmas explode. Finding the skill gap once again, Cloud deforms Icebreaker's base as Icebreaker's core goes down to 39%, and their base burns, all of it. Losing, what is that, 5 additional turbines and a firebeam? That's not great for Icebreaker here. The firebeam's coming in, weakening the struts. Plasma punches pretty deep, wiping out a lot of metal. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, jeez.
Getting all the way to Icebreaker's freshly placed and still under construction plasma beam and wiping it out entirely. So Icebreaker now has no weapons, no money, and is building a sniper because that's all they could afford to do. And hope against hope they actually manage to get some shots off, as snipers are terribly effective against lasers. But I mean, what do you do when your core gets sniped?
Ooh, that is a really good one. Really good shot.
A beautiful shot.
GG.
Icebreaker goes down, and Clow wins round 1 in this best of 3.
That was a surgical laser shot at the end there.
Yes. It went underneath the core, or underneath the defenses, to hit the core. And that was pretty good. I liked that. Very well done for Clow. Nice block in front. Gets wiped out by being entirely bypassed. Beautiful. Well, that'll do it. Alright, so that was round 1. We'll be going off to round 2 in a moment. Clow versus Icebreaker. As we have a massive nuclear launch coming in from Mr. Zobim. I'm going to be mentioning it now. I see it in chat. It's going to be delayed for you guys. Coming in with the €100. Could we get some love in chat for Mr. Zobim? Thank you, thank you. That is a huge drop of support. I hate when we have to delay like this. Because like I can't react on time for it. But alas, here we are, and I want to say thank you for that support, taking that spot and having their name posted across the top of the chat for quite a long time, actually. With that kind of support, that'll be up there for a fair few matches. It's beautiful.
Ready when you are, Incursus.
All right, and with that, let's jump right into the next match. And we're off to round 2. Clow in the blue playing as Eagle Eye. In this mirror match, they're playing against their opponents. Icebreaker in the red as Eagle Eye. Well, that's interesting. An Eagle Eye mirror match on stalactites. Okay. I don't know what to expect here. So far, very similar builds, with the exception of tech choice. Selling off components of their bases. Cloud going up to 4 mines faster than Icebreaker. Now, Icebreaker looks like they're going for a greedier rush. Not a greed, a speedier rush. Whereas Cloud's going for more eco-focused. Yeah, look at that. Icebreaker's going straight for... Is that going to be cannon tech? Surely that's cannon tech. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So Icebreaker's going for like minimum possible cannon timing. Whereas Cloud is not. They're going for not so much of a rush, so much as a speedy... something? I'm not sure, actually. Unclear. They have not yet specified what they're doing. Okay, it's going to be cannons. Okay, so we're going to see Eagle Eye cannons. Eagle Eye cannons are quite popular because they're very good. Oh. It's going to be howitzers out of Icebreaker. Okay. Howitzers are not a surprise at all. A little surprised for Icebreaker because minimum possible cannon timing tends to be done with cannons rather than howitzers. But on this map, howitzers is just like the end-all be-all solution to anything opponent-shaped. So that's not terribly surprising. Whereas it looks like we are also going to see a howitzer timing out of Clow. Okay, so it's going to be double shot howitzers, eagle eye double shot howitzers for both players, where Icebreaker will have the first howitzer placed, and Clow will have more money to work with. But in this case, I think I put the edge on Icebreaker because while this is like an all-in oh, the EMP. And it lands. So as I was saying, I give the edge to Icebreaker here because in a 1v1, this kind of sharp timing is disgusting. It's game ending. I mean, look at the bases. Clow's base here is a skeleton. It can't take a hit, and that double howitzer is coming for him. Double howitzer breaks fully defended bases most of the time. So having a base that looks like Clow's, it's not gonna happen. However, Icebreaker's his build is kind of all in. The delay to the mine production is like 6-pool rush kind of stuff. Like he's quite behind in the total material generated. Tech advantage goes to Clow as well. You can see here that they have an EMP. They still have their armory, so they can produce flak and anti-air. They're just one upgrade center away from having shotguns, which do defeat the howitzers, even the double howitzer. So in terms of stability and longevity, Clow is minutes ahead. Like, we're talking 2 minutes ahead worth of production. But I don't think that's going to matter so much, because Icebreaker has... it's getting shut down again. Howitzer has an early start on the howitzer. And so once that howitzer actually... Oh,
no, it moved shot, but...
The skill gap strikes again.
That's
the EMP gets it? Oh my god. Well, that sucks for Icebreaker, but they still have... The thing is that EMP shut down the howitzer enough times that Icebreaker doesn't even have that much of a lead anymore. I mean...
And he does doors anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's not an emergent concern. He's got to wait for the double shot to power up, so he's got another 20 seconds for that. Right. But, oh god. It's just, the extra eco and tech advantage Clow has turned it into an actual disparity via EMP sniper. Eliminating Icebreaker's follow-up cannon, as well as other problems, like delaying Icebreaker's howitzer. Looks like Icebreaker's trying to... So Icebreaker was certainly trying to clear out Clow's anti-air with that sniper spam, but... Yeah, Clow's gonna get the first double shot, and it doesn't even
doesn't need to.
Doesn't even need the second one. Good God, Clow with the pristine execution. Didn't even need to rush. So much delay. What happened here? Icebreaker got so greedy, so all in, that any amount of punishment threw them sideways and delayed them to the point where Clow's not so greedy, slow but steady builds toward howitzers managed to land first. Oh ho ho. That just, it hurts my soul to see it go that way, but that was a flawless execution, and Clow wins that one. Clean, clinical, it was beautiful. Love to see it. Clow wins this best of 3. 2-0 over their opponent Icebreaker and moves on to the next round.
Would have been interesting to see what happened if he had shot that howitzer just a little bit earlier, Icebreaker. his last dying shot.
Well, it wouldn't have had a double shot, so it would have impacted but not been lethal. That's the big difference there. So Clow would have been able to tank it, but wouldn't have been able to tank 2, and that's why they go for Eagle Eye. Because the 2 howitzers it's too much to tank. At least with the bases that they build here. Like, it's way too much to tank.
You know what's almost as exciting as a 1v1 tournament is the Steam Summer Sale.
I have heard tales of new players in the comment section talking about...
Yes, Forts is on sale.
Oh
till
my.
July 11th, I think, and I think it's 50% off. So
yes,
that's
11 might depend on the time zone. I think in Europe it ends on the 10th, probably during the evening. But yes.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first. Forge is on sale, so if you guys want to come and join, well, no better time, no better opportunity. You love to see it. All right, so next up we have Howrassi versus Poolboy. Oh my, that'll be a good match.
We might have to swap this match for another one. Apparently, Howrassi is having some personal issue right now, and we'll have to play later.
Okay.
I will check what match will be instead. I will see if both players are here.
All right. Let's see if Eaton... Oh, good luck getting Eaton here. I say as if he isn't already in the lobby.
That's how keen he is.
Mm-hmm. He's here to take names.
Yes.
So I've heard rumor that Eaton is actually live right now. That's because he is live right now.
Where's he live in?
Currently on Twitch. Looks like he's doing his own casting. I love it. You guys want to check out the man himself? To see what I'm saying wrong about the strategies. And some actual expertise. Cloud Momento. You could say that last match, Clow really stole the victory there. Oh lord. So it's Eaton versus Raclette.
Raclette.
Raclette. Okay. Raclette.
Which is a French player.
Yes. It's Eaton versus Raclette. And the first thing Raclette says when joining lobby is, help.
Exactly. He knows.
He knows. Raclette is this sacrificial lamb.
I don't suppose the raclette means lamb, does it?
Oh lord. So that's going to be an interesting match. Personally, I like it in a match where I get to watch Eaton play because I get to learn things, which is not very common for me. But I get to learn consistently learn something whenever I watch Eaton. So I like watching Eaton. I don't know if Eaton's going to do anything special for this match, this round. I think Raclette is new to the tournament scene.
Yes, he's very new with the tournament scene.
Okay, so that's I'm wondering if Eaton's gonna like do any strategy hiding. Eaton tends to not do a lot of that. I can do something sometimes, but
Yeah, he's sort of just inherently good at the game. He's at one
Yeah.
with the game, I think.
that's a good way to describe it.
He is the game.
Eaton does sometimes come up with zany strategies. Eaton loves his meme strats, but when he does like actual trying to win, he wins via just being better, being more optimized more than anything else.
Yes, Ethan doesn't beat his opponent, he beats forts.
Exactly. It's
I like that.
I mean, it works. It's a good strat. I can see the difference here. Eaton has completely restructured the base. Raclette is slowly selling off individual components and dropping a piece of metal. That hurts. It hurts a lot, but they're getting there. They are getting there. All players have gone up to the maximum amount of mines. We're going to see lots of eco. Eaton almost exclusively does high eco strats. Oh, upgrade center. Okay, well, wait a minute. Something weird is here. Okay, let's do a little bit of introductions. Here on the left-hand side in the blue, it is Eaton. Playing as the Spook commander. Spook is most known for being a dirty, filthy thief, stealing resources all over the place. That's their primary gimmick. But they do also add scouting technology. It lets you see into your opponent's base as if we are a spectator. Whereas on the other side, it's Raclette in the red, playing as the Seep commander. Seep commander gives access to upgraded missiles. Raclette has not saved any space to build swarm missiles, so don't know what the plan is there. I guess rocket rush?
Rockets, I would guess. Yeah, the boxes look like rocket boxes.
Okay, yes, those are the rocket boxes are indeed rocket boxes. We're going to see seep-based rockets, which isn't particularly popular, but technically there is a synergy there. On the other hand, it's a mortar rush. Eaton getting 3 heavy mortars with a incendiary in front as MG bait, and an additional tower for machine guns. It begins.
Wow.
Raclette does notice before the first volley is fired and starts building machine gunners. Unfortunately, those machine gunners got blasted by the opening volley of the mortars, and Raclette now no longer has any defenses. Looks like they're getting themselves set up to switch to offense, going with the triple EMP. There's already a sniper sitting there. Eaton sees this coming, which is not a surprise. And the mortars are digging. My only question is how long until Eaton adds another 3 mortars? And where?
Or 12.
Yes, alright, looks like they're adding another mortar battery down at the bottom, which is a horrible place for any opponent to have to deal with, because it just makes the angle that much more difficult to handle. There's the buzzsaw chopping off the one EMP that Raclette had been upgrading. And ooh, mine down. Mortars just deal a lot of damage. There's no other way to put that. They deal a lot of damage. Interesting to see Eaton aim for the mines. I mean, they're vulnerable, and it's an effective strategy. Yeah, that's pain. Raclette down to 2 mines and dropping. I think with 2 mines, Eaton's just going to go straight to the core because Reclet's not going to have the eco to stop this. We now have... Eaton now has double upgraded batteries, so they've got 6 heavy mortars. And the core number 1 falls, and core number 2 falls.
Swift.
And there it is. Eaton takes round 1 in this best of 3 in a pretty uneventful mortar rush. I think this is just going to be like a chore for Eaton. It's like, I just gotta get through the round of 16 so I can get to the finals faster. Alright then.
This is such a funny comment.
Can you translate it for us?
Care to translate?
So yeah, okay. Basically, raclette is a cheese-based thing where you just like melt cheese on potatoes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he says you can do it. The time of fondue is not yet. It has not yet come. And fondue is just basically like a lot of melted cheese and you deep bread inside.
It's like, raclette is not your time to melt.
Exactly. You are not
Beautiful.
fully cooked yet.
Well and truly a cheese match.
Complete with early mortars. You love to see it. Underdog victory would go crazy. Yeah, a lot of people vote for the downfall of Eaton, and I don't blame them. It makes for a great story. We have seen that before, where the underdog just wins, because Eaton has a nasty... There's a reason why I often give Eaton sass about being greedy to his own detriment, because he oftentimes is. He'll just have something like skeletalize his base to the point where the wind blows and it falls over. He just loses. That happens. That's the most common way for him to be defeated. He just builds too tall and collapses or something of the sort. And actually, I don't think I've actually seen him build too tall to collapse, now that I think about it. But it will do something like, I'm just going to sell off everything except for this shred of wood, and then it just gets buzzsawed and his entire base falls down.
He did get taken out in the FPL as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yep.
So, which was quite surprising.
When his team
I
got
really
third
like
place,
the
I think.
expansion from Eaton. I think they were 4th place.
4th place? Because they were in the bronze match. Oh yeah, because they were in the bronze match and lost. So that would be 4th place.
Yes. And Eaton was casting the said bronze match.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I do like this expansion from Eaton. It's just faster, cheaper. It's exactly these tiny little optimizations that I'm interested in. This is actually quite difficult to do because you have to trick the building system in order to let that happen, and the process of doing so causes a bit of wobble. And when you're at builds like this, that wobble can disconnect the braces. That takes practice to do. Like if I were to try to do that, I could do it because I've done it every so often. I know how to do it. I just haven't practiced it to a point where I could do it fast enough in an actual game to make it incredibly worthwhile. Let's see. Looks like we are seeing... I do think we're going to see Troll Straticide of Eaton this time. As here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it is Raclette, playing as the Armadillo commander. Going through a fairly standard-looking build order. Against their opponent, on the right-hand side in the red, Eaton, playing as the Shakana commander. This is going to be interesting, because I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know what Eaton's gonna do, or is doing. We don't have Eaton doesn't have heavy weapons tech, isn't building weapon positions for early game, is just getting upgrades. Upgraded mines. It's not upgraded turbines yet. They're building a weapons platform now, but what is it going to be? A buzzsaw? Not a buzzsaw. They don't have buzzsaw tech. It's never mind. It's a sandbag. Now I want to know. This reeks of Eaton trying to have fun. We have hidden barrel crouching explosive. We have weapon platforms in lower position. These are either flak or rockets. Raclette expanding. Going for heavy weapons tech, specifically the energy tech. So we're going to see lasers, fire beams out of the French player. And it's rockets. Alright, so Eaton's going for rocket spam. Delayed rocket spam. I suspect we're going to see 3x EMPs here. No. 2 EMPs and a shotgun. My man, is this man going to do death via EMP? Like no rockets, just EMPs?
That would be very humiliating.
Be a very Eaton thing to do too. Just because they can. Raclette is scared. You can tell because Raclette's building an energy shield before placing weapons and putting that energy shield adjacent in a way to protect the weapon construction. Conveniently or inconveniently, the energy shield will do absolutely nothing against these incoming rockets. So that's just unfortunate for Raclette. Those weapons are effectively exposed and undefended against the incoming swarm. It's not even really a swarm, it's just 2 rocket launchers. Okay, so this is having construction issues. Okay, so he's building... Eaton is building energy shields to protect his important internals. Getting a few machine gunners for anti-air. I like the presence of anti-air despite having no obvious need for it. Like Eaton hasn't scouted anything that says, I need anti-air. But he's building anti-air anyways, just in case. It is worth noting that Eaton has discovered that Raclette is going for lasers, and has fully covered everything important in energy shields. Like that is 1, 2, 6, 7 energy shields on the board for Eaton.
Oh yes, 7. I didn't see that one.
Which is a lot of energy shields. Like that's a crippling amount of energy shields. And the only reason Eaton can afford it is because he spent a lot of the early game on doing nothing but eco upgrades and expansions. So as it stands, Raclette can deal effectively no damage to Eaton aside from hitting the dangle over here, which is exactly what Raclette is doing. And Eaton is paying for it. I do wonder if Eaton's going to sell off that cluster down there just to fix it. No, I think he's trying to undeform it somewhat, even though that's unfixable. Because it's not properly fixable. It can be fixed to a point where it can be used, even if it's not properly fixed. Eaton has certainly made the decision to not deal damage in exchange for whatever he's trying to do. Yeah. Eaton has a plan. It is unknowable, but he has a plan. And he's not going to tell us until he shows it off. I think it's just getting as many rockets as possible and like ending the game in like 2 volleys. Yeah. Saw that one coming. One Eaton sniper eliminates all of Raclette's lasers. Every single one of them. So Raclette's back to the reconstruction board. Replacing their lasers and getting them rebuilt. This is one of the side effects of going lasers when against good players. Snipers tend to be particularly effective against lasers. Partially because lasers are relatively low HP. Partially because the lasers have long burn times, thus are exposed for an extended period of time, giving the snipers enough time to get work done. That said, Eaton sniper doesn't need much time. Flak opened the door to defend against a volley of rockets and did not survive the experience. Okay. Here come the rockets. Alright, so Eaton has gone up to 6 rockets. 6 rocket launchers. Does have the energy to field them. Doesn't have the energy to field them. Plasma punching through Eaton's defenses, taking out one of the rockets. Eaton now down to 5 rocket launchers. Adding another energy shield somewhere. Where is it? I heard an energy shield get placed, and I don't know where it is. Oh! It's adding 2 more energy shields around the core. 4 long energy shields, oh my god. Alright, so Eaton down to 5 rocket launchers. Just having a bit of fun blasting Raclette. The way this match is going, it might actually end up going to timer.
Yeah, you know what would be funny? If like... Oh no, never mind then. I was gonna say, Raclette has done more damage before, but now there is more damage in the thing, so
that would have been hilarious. Eaton getting... losing a round to technicality. But Eaton building lasers of his own. Firing them at Raclette. Taking out Raclette's plasma beam and dealing core damage in the process. So Raclette down to 60 nice %. Eaton on the other hand, firing more rockets. Raclette's doing a pretty alright job of defending against these actually. That's just a lot of flak, and it managed to keep it alive even from Eaton sniper, which is the most impressive element of this. Enough flak for the flak to incidentally kill off an Eaton sniper, just as collateral. Ooh.
What?
Eaton's core getting tickled by remnant flak. Eaton immediately covering that up. I think he doesn't want to get eliminated on timer.
How did that do 5%? I'm very confused right now.
It was the flak shrapnel, wasn't it?
No. I know it did 5%.
Here come the rockets.
Oh, wow.
Splashing their damage all over this place.
But I'm a bit confused by why it's 5 specifically.
Unclear. So we've got just a lot of firepower from Eaton that's being slowly applied. Eaton's still struggling something fierce for energy production, it looks like. Although, Raclette doing a great job of defending against these rockets. Eaton upgrading more, trying to get more weapons on the field. Fire rocket. Yeah, those fire beams for Raclette are knocking Eaton's rockets out of the sky. But Eaton is prepared to activate their commander ability. The commander ability for Shakana upgrades all hybrid weapons, things like the fire beams, to their heavy weapon component. So fire beams become plasmas. Or their heavy weapon counterpart. So fire beams become plasmas, 20 mils become standard cannons. With 90 seconds left on the timer, this will come down to damage dealt, or come down to core health remaining, which will leave Eaton victorious. As Eaton currently is in the lead. Say that like it would have you say it like it would have mattered. Eaton already has layered energy shields. Like there's Ratcliffe literally does not have the weapons to harm Eaton in any appreciable way. Eaton could hands off the keyboard for the next minute, and Ratcliffe couldn't do anything about it.
Like, I was actually kind of looking forward to the reflection.
to see it head back to Reklet. I think that's angled just enough that it might hit Reklet's mines. With that plasma. Like Reklet fires at Eaton and takes out their own mines. Or close to. Oh jeez. Reklet has been penetrated, taking losses to their turbines, energy production. Eaton's sniper trying to land the headshot on the exposed plasma, but with 5 seconds left in the match, we're going to see it go to timer. Team 2 with a victory, with winning off of reactor damage, as Team 2 has the most reactor HP remaining, so Eaton wins this time. And there we have round 2. Eaton doing a clean sweep, winning 2-0 in this best of 3. Good lord. Why you like this? You got some damage to your core. Reklet wins. I may have to agree with this statement. Reklet wins in our hearts.
And it looks like Halrasi is back from his technical difficulties.
All right. I'd love to see that. We will have Halrasi versus Poolboy coming up next. Oh, Lord. Welcome in, Poolboy. So next up we have Halrasi versus Poolboy. Both of these players are well-known competitors. Halrasi, I believe... Does Halrasi have a tournament win?
I don't think.
I know he's participated in...
Let me quick check. No, he has not won any tournament.
Okay.
And Poolboy neither.
Yeah. His pool boy's been around for a long time. They've been a ranked season top competitor for many seasons now. Similarly, Halrasi is in a similar situation. But neither player has actually won a tournament. To be fair, most of the tournaments have eaten in them, which makes the winning prospect quite difficult, but they are well known and top competitors nonetheless. So I expect this to be a very good match. I think I would favor Halrasi here in the 1v1. Like, if I were to wager, I would probably bet on Halrasi. But this is not clear. Not clear at all.
Let's go.
Alright, so I'm gonna put up a vote. Who do you guys think is gonna win? Halrasi or Pool Boy?
I have no idea.
Like, I genuinely do not know. This is gonna be an interesting match. And it's starting out with a mirror match. A perfect comparison of the skill diff. So we have Pool Boy here on the left-hand side in the blue, playing as the Armadillo Commander, facing against their opponent in round 1 of this best of 3. Halrasi in the red on the right-hand side, also the Armadillo Commander. So far their builds are identical, down to approximately a second and a half worth of difference between them. We'll get to see which techs they go for. It's looking like armory tech for both players. Okay. This reeks of heavy weapons rush. Question is, are we going to see an upgrade center before? Yes, for both. Okay, about 1 second difference between them. We're a minute and a half into the match, and the seconds are still they're still perfectly synced. Okay, so we are good to see a later game match. Upgrade center first means upgraded eco, at least with the Armadillo Commander. This means upgraded eco. It is worth noting that the players do not know which commander their opponents are using. So Pool Boy and Halrasi don't know that this is a mirror match, at least not yet. They certainly have some idea of what's going on, because they're scouting each other. And they do seem, I can only assume that they are aware that they're going for the same build, or at least a similar-ish build. Okay, they're even getting the sniper in the same position. This is, both of these players copied the build from the same and they practiced it to a point where they're keeping in perfect sync.
They both watched the same How to Eaten video.
Yes, certainly. Alright. We have our first discrepancy. Halrasi has invested in a machine gun nest, and Pool Boy has invested into an additional 2 turbines. Other than that, everything else is still the same. Halrasi also investing into upgraded turbines and an upgraded sniper. But we still see the same... What?
I don't know. I am as confused as you are. What?
I'm so confused. Okay. You know what? Okay.
Let's just
gonna
roll with
ignore
it, I
that.
guess.
Yep, just gonna ignore it. Just whatever happened there happened there. Okay then. So we're. Oof. I just realized how Rassi placed his upgrade center in the howitzer position, which means he either needs to not build a howitzer or needs to sell the upgrade center. I guess he could build the howitzer in a weird spot, which I think is what he's going to do. Whereas Pool Boy is not building a howitzer to begin with. Yeah, standard cannon and a Pool Boy. Kind of surprised by that. Alright, I guess they're going for cannon builds. And the cannons are... So technically Pool Boy got it placed about 4 seconds faster than Halrasi. That's not substantial. But it might be a difference. We do see Halrasi investing in a shotgun. Defense against the howitzer kind of situation. However, there will be no howitzers in this round. Curious. Pool Boy, additionally, gets a second cannon before Halrasi gets their second cannon. That's a big difference. That's substantial. I think that comes down to the difference between Halrasi investing into a shotgun, whereas Pool Boy hasn't invested into anything but cannons. That's gonna make a difference. Second cannon, punch through, deal more damage. I'm uncertain what Halrasi's plan. A single cannon is not going to be sufficient, especially because Pool Boy has upgraded mines. Like, you need more than one cannon, and Halrasi doesn't have it. I think they're going to be saving up for a howitzer here is what's happening. And they need to get that placed before the cannon starts singing.
I really like how Pool Boy has not been repairing this whole time.
That is an interesting decision. Pool Boy's cannon, first cannon, is online, and he's pining to fire it, I think. There it is. Swing and a hit. Cheap upgrades activated. That's gonna be a thing. Second cannon in play for Pool Boy. I am really surprised to see how Rassi placed a second cannon rather than a howitzer there. Like, you had the money for it.
Maybe he will place one now? No, he's building doors.
Well,
Which
Halrasi
makes sense.
did delete the upgrade center. So the howitzer
He does have
position
the
is
resources.
available, and there it is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's an interest. I've not seen this build order at this stage. Everything before like the 6-minute mark was about as common and standard as I would have expected. Nothing unusual happened. Everything just was happening to such a well-known degree that it was happening on the other side in a perfect mirror within 1 second. Like, there was no difference. Nothing unusual. And then the cannons started getting placed. And I don't know what happened. Things went sideways. Now I'm just confused. But Pool Boy's got 3 cannons. There's an EMP slapping his doors. And Howrassi's building a howitzer in the regular howitzer position now. This is 6 minutes left in the match. Howitzer is going to have more than enough time to come online. Pool Boy is not teching toward a howitzer, which is fine, because Pool Boy has 3 cannons. And 3 cannons can do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it's not currently doing a lot of damage. And it needs to be doing a lot of damage. Because cannons tend to win the game via economic devastation. That is to say, you don't win the game by penetrating and hitting the core with your cannons, you win the game by running your opponent out of money. And the cannons are quite adept at doing exactly that. However, both players have an upgraded economy, which makes that prospect a little bit difficult, and Howrassi is running the Armadillo Commander, which makes that prospect also difficult, because Armadillo gives cheaper repairs, so it's more efficient at defending against this kind of stuff. First howitzer lands, we're going to see the double cannon follow-up, penetrating deep, but not deep enough to deal critical damage. Just penetrates the armor and hits really nothing behind it. So Pool Boy now knows that they're going to have to deal with a howitzer. Oh.
Yes.
High caliber kinetic defenses. That was a very effective trade for Pool Boy. Problem is, there's 4.5 minutes left in the match, and it looks like no one's kitted to deal actually game-ending damage here. I don't know how that's going to change. Howrassi is capable of dealing penetrative damage to a point that it can end Pool Boy. I'm not convinced that was intentional. But Pool Boy defends the howitzer once again.
Howrassi is in the lead in damage.
Yes. So far, Howrassi is in the lead in damage, but that can change. Pool Boy's got triple cannon.
It's very close.
And it is close. Because I'm thinking... Ooh. That was scary for Howrassi.
I almost got jump scared from that.
Yeah. Pre-fired cannon nearly door snipes Howrassi's howitzer. It actually goes through the open doors and impacts the foundation behind. That's terrifying is what that is. Looks like the votes are in. Currently, Howrassi is favored to win, 74-26. You guys have voted. That EMP is way more effective than I thought it would be in this context. Pool Boy, it is actually just shutting down the cannons. But Pool Boy catches the howitzer catcher. And Howrassi follow up with double cannon. It doesn't do a whole lot. Is Pool Boy... Let me rephrase. It does a lot of damage. It doesn't penetrate. It doesn't have a hope of penetrating. Not for a long time. I don't see Howrassi taking out Pool Boy here. Like, Howrassi technically has the damage to pen and hit something heavy like the core or deal game-ending amounts of damage. Pool Boy does not, but... There is no but there. That's just Howrassi can, Pool Boy can't, and it looks like that's not going to be changing. That said, Howrassi's damage is dependent on landing that howitzer, and Pool Boy has sufficient map control to shut that down near categorically. So Howrassi is practically can't get anything done, and it's just a stalemate. It's a stalemate, and I think that's not going to change. And it's certainly not going to change within the next 90 seconds of this match. So it's going to come down to damage done, because both players are currently rocking out at 100% core HP. Look, it didn't even need the cannon defense. Even with the cannons all EMP'd out, there's enough anti-air. Howitzer doesn't make it. Yeah, so it's going to come down to whoever has the most HP, which, spoiler alert, no one's taken core damage, so everyone's got max HP, so instead it goes down to the second tiebreak, which is damage dealt. And I purposefully hidden damage dealt on screen, so I can't tell. I happen to know who has more because I'm watching and I'm keeping rough mental track, but on screen we cannot see who has dealt more damage. So in 30 seconds, someone is going to win, and we'll find out in 30 seconds. That's a lot of damage. Pool boy just doing... I think both players have recognized it's coming down to damage dealt. So they're just trying to splash as much as they can in the last few seconds. Even using the snipers and shotguns to get extra hits in there. Oh, that's painful.
And last cannon shots.
There it is. Team 2 with a victory. Halrasi wins it. With 74,000 damage dealt to Pool Boy's 53,000. Well done, Halrasi, winning round 1 in this best of 3. Taking the mirror match, Armadillo victory. Alright. So Halrasi wins round 1 in this best of 3. We'll see how Pool Boy responds to this. Remember when I said earlier that this is probably going to be a good match? Very even match?
Yep, you called
It
it.
didn't get more even than that.
Yeah, it was more even than I expected. They were unable to hurt each other, just across the board. No damage, no core damage dealt. Yeah, it's gonna be a good match. So Armadillo can't be picked again for Halrasi, so we won't be seeing that experience. It's gonna be something more aggressive, surely.
And the in terms of the structure of this tournament, for this particular stream, I guess, this will end at the end of this knockout stage when we get through all the players. And then the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals will resume next week at the same time.
Yes, I mentioned it earlier, and it's good to mention it again, because this tournament will be spread across 2 weeks. We have 2 days, which is the start. This is the round of 16. And then the round of 8, round of 4, and the finals will be next week. Same time, same place. Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. United States East Coast, 3 p.m. time o'clock. And we will get to see that coming next week. We know we have right now... It's rounds 2 in Halrasi versus Pool Boy as we go live into the match. And we're off. Battlegrounds 1v1. I like this map. This was one of the earlier maps added to the pool from the player-made maps, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
This was one of the maps added via the community map making competition. I cannot for the life of me remember. Was this Pyro's map? I don't know.
I believe it was Pyro, yes.
I think it was Pyro. I can't... I'm not confident in that answer, but I think it was Pyro who did this map. And it is quite an interesting map. And I like it. It's a little weird, but I like it. It's got this very vulnerable expansion up top, which is quite lucrative to reach for multiple reasons, as Halrasi reaches for it. Look at the wobble. He leans. Pool boy doing a similar lean. So this is a very, very different match here. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it is Harasi playing as the Architect Commander. Facing off against their... It's just a don't. I can't. Too much. Right-hand side, in the red, it's Pool Boy playing as the Spook Commander. And these commanders play very differently. Architect, with its cheaper wood and faster construction speeds. Kind of a generalist commander. Specializes in building more things, as we see Harasi doing quick expansions with sturdier and thickened trunks, towers. The other side, we have Pool Boy and the Spook Commander. It's a dirty, filthy resource thief. Spook's gimmick is that they can see into the enemy base during their commander active, and it gives them full view as if they were a spectator, or they have full view as if they have their opponent's view as well, which is, you know, effective. But realistically, Forts doesn't have that complicated of a scouting type game. The mind games there aren't super complex, so most of the time seeing inside your opponent's base isn't incredibly useful, at least for the experienced players, because you can get all that information without needing to actually see inside the opponent's base. So instead, the players rely and use Spook more for its secondary ability, which is it steals money. It literally just steals money. It's like, oh, I see you have metal. I'm going to steal 200 of it and put it into my bank account, and, you know, another 1,000 energy doing the same thing. Just take all the resources, which is a very effective way of... It's effectively just dealing damage. You press button, you deal damage to your opponents, and you happen to get some back, which is nice. Either way, we have similar build orders. I'm surprised to see an upgrade center out of Pool Boy, but kind of necessarily it is later.
I mean, maybe not, since he knows his opponent is Architect, he can also do Eco-Heavy.
Yes, yes. That is one thing I didn't mention, which is probably more important. Spook actually tells you what your opponent's commander is. So Pool Boy knows that Harasi is Architect, and because Pool Boy knows that Harasi is Architect, Pool Boy also knows that Harasi is going for tech and eco-heavy builds, which means Pool Boy's got plenty of time to do whatever they want. So Pool Boy can just... Well, that was brave. Talk about that in a moment. As I was saying, Pool Boy can just take a sidestep and say, "Hey, I see you over there, Harasi. You're adding extra eco to yourself. You're upgrading your mines and such. So I'm gonna do the same thing, and you can't stop me because you're upgrading your mines. You didn't spend money on weapons. You can't punish me for this. So I'm just going to do the same thing." So this game's gonna go a little bit long because Pool Boy is following in the steps of Harasi, and Harasi is getting additional economy. Now, that said, Pool Boy was, before they took a sidestep to the upgrade center, going for a cannon rush, and as such they are still doing so, and have now a cannon placed. And it's not going to be ready for cannon o'clock, because it is currently cannon o'clock, and the cannon is only halfway completed. But it does mean that they will be getting damage onto the board faster than Harasi. As we see, Harasi also placing a cannon, but it's not near complete. As I was mentioning before, when Harasi rudely interrupting by nearly collapsing themselves, Harasi's initial expansion upward was quite jank, scuffed, and deformed, really just intended to get up top as quickly as possible, as cost efficiently as possible. And so Harasi disconnected it and semi-reconstructed it. By that I mean they just let it dangle and then technically have it connected for the purposes of control. So that's just there now and hasn't been fixed. It's just hanging. The other side, Pool Boy is connecting now with a much more strict connection. Still, I think Harasi really wants to Really wants to take that tech out. Oh, close. Pool Boy almost having their second cannon getting sniped. Pool Boy's cannon is ready to fire, and I think really wants to be firing it. There it is, okay. First shot fired. It is worth noting that Pool Boy has activated the commander ability once, which steals money. So however, he has officially had money stolen. Buzzsaw being obnoxious. Pool Boy really just needs to invest into some metal exterior. Shut that down. Let's see, what else is going on here? We've got Harassi at 99% commander power. So the next time Harassi takes or deals damage, it will fully charge Harassi's commander ability and enable Harassi to insta-build another cannon. Which should be activated now. You place the cannon, you've done the thing. You place the cannon, you activate the commander ability. That's the whole trick. Alright, Harassi not yet activating the commander ability. But they have it charged and can insta-build a second cannon if they want to. Let's see. Pool Boy over here. Second cannon online, although it's taking some pretty heavy damage. Stealing money out of Harassi's pocket, using it to fund the repairs. Pool Boy adding in a bunch occasional pieces of metal to stop the buzzsaw from happening. Kind of surprised that we don't see a buzzsaw out of Pool Boy. We do see the armory tech, and so they cannot build a buzzsaw, but this map is... it's just... oh no! Harassi gets door sniped, loses every single cannon. Well, that's unfortunate for Harassi. And very fortunate for Pool Boy, who's going up to 3x cannons. That's a lot of cannons. And it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Now, the question is, can Harassi come back? And the answer is, oh, wow. Swapping into swarm missiles. We're going to see nukes launched out of Harassi. That's a decision. Second swarm missile launcher. Going up to maybe a third, actually. Actually, I don't know if a third can fit there. Can it? Surely it can, right? Selling the heavy weapons tech. Interesting. So Harassi using their commander ability to tech swap out of cannons into swarm missiles. And presumably nukes, because you've got 3 launchers. Also swapping over to energy weapons. Pool Boy firing their cannons, focusing on Harassi's core, getting a little bit of damage done. Harassi not quite defended against triple cannon, but not particularly vulnerable to it either. Yes, the Harassi's got so many turbines up here. Pool Boy going straight to the core. Pool Boy actually struggling for energy production. Needs to fix that. Is currently fixing that. Harassi adding in a bunch more buzzsaws. It is worth noting that Harassi's tech switch has not gone unobserved by Pool Boy. Pool Boy knows and has long since developed anti-air to defend against this. The question is, will it be enough? It's unclear. The swarm missile double nuke is quite painful if it lands. Quite very painful. Harassi starting the map control game, using buzzsaws to chunk away the defenses around those machine gunners, and sniping out individual elements. Cannons focusing fire towards Harassi's core, punching pretty deep but not enough to deal core damage. And just like that, Halrassi's got enough. Halrassi's ready to fire. Swarm missile double nuke coming into a pool boy near you. Fire swarm first. Alright, how clean are you doing this? That's the question. Perfectly. With the fire beam defense. And the nuke lands. Notable damage, but nothing critical. A single nuke, generally not enough damage to... Not enough to break everything. Just enough to cause a lot of repairs everywhere, and with it, a hefty chunk of metal cost. It's when both nukes land that it becomes a real problem. Alright, so the fire beam, you can see the difference here. The fire beam wasn't active, and Pool Boy instantly shuts down all those missiles. So that's, you could see how effective Pool Boy is being here with their defenses. So now Halrassi knows they really desperately need to focus on the fire beams. Because otherwise those missiles aren't getting anything done. Got both selected. Gonna be chain fire in them. There it is. Massive damage. The whole base crunches!
That was so brutal. My God.
An excellent execution. Both of Pool Boy and with those missiles. Halrassi wins it. Once again, Halrassi wins. Going 2-0 in this best of 3. Congratulations. Very, very well done. So that was a lovely back and forth until Halrassi just slammed it. I thought for a moment that was going to come down the timer. Especially once I saw Pool Boy land, do a clean shutdown of that second volley. I was like, there's no way. Halrassi is not going to be able to get those nukes across. Pool Boy's just going to shut them down every time. And then he did. And it was gorgeous.
There was an unfortunate sequence of batteries leading up to the core,
Yes,
too.
Unfortunate development, yes.
Oh, Lord. And you got to remember, hey, rule number 1. Batteries always next to the core. Because when things go wrong, things need to go very wrong.
Yeah, that was good.
Ooh. Beautiful. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. That was certainly a lot of damage. Okay. Well, congratulations, Halrassi. You done it. God, I blame Gengar. It's probably not Gengar, but it probably is Gengar. Why are you like this? All right. Next up,
we have I am myself against Vestushka, or however you pronounce this name.
yeah.
I am going to go with Svestoshka.
Zviz. I'm just calling him Zviz.
It's Fez.
We have
And I myself is not named that on Challenger mode.
Yes, he is named Erickson on Challenger
Erickson,
mode.
okay.
We know him as I Am Myself.
Okay.
Okay. Zvezdoshka, I think.
Sounds about right, yes.
Have to channel my inner grandmother. My grandmother had a nice Polish accent. So many consonants.
I think we might be ready.
It looks like we are ready. Oh my. Now, Zvez, I remember, I have the most encountering with in the Forts Pro League. Am I remembering that correctly? I know I've seen Zvez a couple times.
Svez was also in the Pro League, I think, yes.
That is what I recall. Alright. I myself is a player I've seen much more of. As we are
Interesting.
on the same map as the last one, Battlegrounds 1v1. Zvez here on the left-hand side. Playing as the Architect Commander for that bonus build speed. Triple turbine. That feels wrong. Let me rephrase. It feels uncomfortable. Because the only time I see triple wind turbine is when it's pinch fist. And there's a reason for that. It's because you cannot spend the money that you earn from triple wind turbine fast enough unless you are specifically pinch fist. So it just feels weird. It feels uncomfortable. And you could totally do that just to throw someone off. It's like, I'm building triple wind turbine and selling everything I have. Because I'm pinch fist. Look out for me. Look at me. I'm pinch fist. That's a thing you can do. We'll see if I Am Myself on the other side bites. Because I Am Myself, doing the sniper thing on the right-hand side in the red, is playing as the Buster Commander. Buster, on the other hand, also feels wrong. By wrong, I mean uncomfortable. Because I don't know what to do with them in the 1v1. I mean, I guess you do the same thing that you do with them in a 4v4. But Buster is a commander that scales so much better with, well, scale, that they just don't have that same level of strength in 1v1 as they do in bigger team games. Their gimmick is that they empower their cannons, their projectile weapons. So things like howitzers, 20 mils, standard cannons. Typically in a larger match you use standard cannons, but 20 mils work just fine for this. I guess in a smaller match 20 mils would probably be more effective, but I digress. They add an incendiary penetration effect. So what they do is they penetrate deeper and they ignite everything around, which just causes rampant damage. So it makes cannons and causes them to deal... It takes cannons and makes them deal even more eco damage than they would otherwise, which is, you know, kind of impressive given that they already deal game-ending amounts of eco damage. You'll notice in chat, there's a little bit of sass going on. Zvez reminding I Am Myself, his opponent, to not go lasers, because lasers are not affected by Buster. It is worth noting that I Am Myself revealed that they were Buster by using the sniper. So, that's relevant. So Zvez does know what's happening here, and should assume that it's going to be cannons. We'll see if that is actually the case. As Zvez places the first standard cannon. All right. So we will see standard cannons out of I Am Myself on the right-hand side. We'll get to see some. We'll get to see some of those beautiful empowered howitzers or empowered cannons, incendiary flavored. Zvez over here sold their mine
Mine.
and shifted it a few pixels over, and I'm not convinced they shifted it over enough. I don't know if they can shift it over enough without selling off their tech. But I guess we'll find out here. We do see a weird amount of mortars. One upgraded mortar and one incendiary mortar out of XXVIII. Which is just a weird amount of mortars. Like, if you're gonna have 2 mortars, why upgrade? Nevertheless, mortar flies across the field, misses, but is going to prompt a reaction out of my eye myself. Buzzsaw is dealing consequential damage.
Oops.
Oh, I was wrong. It's not an upgraded mortar. Okay. It's just a incendiary mortar. Doesn't quite nail the shot that they was looking for, and sells off the mortar in exchange for more doors on their buzzsaws, which self-destruct because that's what buzzsaws do. I'm not sure what XXVIII is going for here. As the first empowered cannon shell lands, you can see it penetrating deep and leaving a trail of fire along the way. So XXVIII has cannon tech, so I assume it's going to be cannons. But we don't see a cannon placed for XXVIII, and I'm wondering if XXVIII is purposefully waiting until they have their commander ability charged before placing the cannon, which is just, I don't know how to react to that, but I think that's what they're doing. We'll see. As we're going to see a constant supply of free cannon shells for XXVIII's base, coming from I Am Myself.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is what XXVIII was doing. They didn't have the cannon placed, and just waiting, just sitting there, waiting, taking hits. And now that the commander ability is active, they place the cannon and activate commander ability for near instant construction. I am myself applying violence to said cannon, but cannon will fully construct over the course of a few seconds. And in doing so, XXVIII now has a cannon, it needs to be repaired before much else happens to it, because there's going to be more cannon fire heading its direction. Especially given how much smoke's billowing out of the thing. I myself is surely going to try to finish it off. Taking out 2 more turbines in the process. That's significant, actually. You know, I myself's doing a lot of damage here. It's starting to affect XXVIII. Because, like, you can't repair that kind of damage. Like, XXVIII is out of money right now. They do have a cannon. And they're sending it back toward I Am Myself, who just tanks it on their energy shield. I myself going up to a 3rd cannon. So at this stage, I myself is looking a little bit at the advantage. Just by virtue of having more cannons. Mind you, XXVIII does have an upgrade center and a few upgraded mines. But I think the difference is not so big as to give them an advantage here. I think it goes to I Am Myself at this stage, as we have the first core damage dealt. Now, core damage is not as meaningful in this match as it is in others, because the Buster Commander's gimmick is that it does fire penetration, which just does chip damage to internals in the base. And a core is an internal in the base, and it is incredibly difficult to prevent that chip damage. So while I myself technically did damage to the core, that's near unstoppable. So what ends up happening is you just deal chip damage to the core over a long period of time, and either the core, usually the core doesn't burn to death because it's just chip damage. You need to do actual impact damage. And so for that, I myself has to actually punch through the front, usually by virtue of draining Zvez entirely of money. So while there has been core damage, which will be impactful for the purposes of tiebreaker, will not be impactful for the purposes of game state. What is impactful, on the other hand, is Vez just door sniping I myself, taking out a whole cannon, which is going to set back Team 2 fairly substantially. Oof. I myself really hates those turbines. Let's see. Zvez successfully expanding to the upper platform, gaining additional 2 mines and a couple extra turbines. Hopefully, less vulnerable to destruction than their lower level counterparts. It is worth noting that I myself probably cannot, certainly cannot place another cannon where that previous one was, although I might be able to set it further back. Which will change its firing angle, but at least they'll have a 3rd cannon. Yeah, trying to take out even more turbines. Okay. Okay. More cannon fire. And there's the pen. And now we get to see the benefit of the Buster Commander. Because while these doors were not actually penetrated, the cannon shells didn't hit the cannon, look at all that damage it dealt. Which means Zvez has to actually repair that, and in doing so, pay the repair costs. The repair cost of the cannon is expensive, which means cannons, which already deal devastating economic damage, are dealing even more economic damage, which is usually the benefit of this. As either you deal more economic damage than usual, so the cannons just kind of drain the opponents extensively, or they actually get the full detonate, because that could deal substantial damage, especially when you get, 3, 4, or even 5 cannons. You chain fire them, and let the chip damage, it stops being chip damage at some point. It just burns internal components to the ground, which is, a little bit destructive, especially if you hit something like a battery. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
And there it is. Zvez losing 2 cannons. Oh no. That's painful. That's what that is. That's real painful. So Zvez down to 1 cannon. I think this one's going to go to timer again. There's been so many door snipes. It's just go back and forth. Oof. Oof. Zvez taking the hits in the face. Face tanks them just fine. Zvez managing to get just, and that's it. Officially, all of their mines have been upgraded. So Zvez is at maximum economic firepower. And I myself has no upgraded mines. Doesn't even have an expansion. So Zvez it's got a lot of income. It's gonna be just shy of twice the income of I myself. Of course, that income only matters so much when you don't have any weapons or any way of using it. Because I myself just took out Svez's last cannon. Oh boy.
But he wins economically.
Yes, yes. He wins our hearts. He wins capitalism. You beat capitalism. Unfortunately, cannons mightier than the paper, mightier than
The
currency.
ground is taking a lot of damage.
It is certainly taking a lot of damage. It's a little awkward for the ground, you know.
Nobody asks how the ground is doing.
Nobody ever asks how. He says, "Where is the ground? What is the ground?" But no one asks, "How is the ground?" 45 seconds left on the clock. Remember, when the timer expires, the tiebreak is determined by core health remaining, which point I myself is currently in the lead with 100%. Zvez lost 5% due to near unavoidable incendiary effect from the Buster ability. Surprising that, wow, it went above and below but didn't actually touch the core, which is a surprise there. It's pain. And there it is. I am myself with the victory. You love to see it. And so it goes to timer. Similar damage dealt, but I myself comes out on top, winning via timer. So they go up 1-0 in this best of 3. As we get set up for the next round. All right. What have we got next? Looks like we're ready to go. That was fast. Shout out to 42 scientists putting things together very quickly.
He's cracking that whip. Those
I am
cats are
sweating.
meowing.
Oh
I
lord.
don't know if a whip would help with cats, but you know.
Oh my God.
Go faster. And we're off to round 2 in the best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is I am myself, playing the armoured commander. Oh lord. So many defensive plays out of the players. Playing against their opponent on the right-hand side in the red, it's Vez as the architect commander. Curious to see how this one's going to go down. So, the commander choices here lend themselves toward longer games. So we might have another one here that goes to timer. I say lend themselves because architects especially need not adhere to such things. The build speed increase and cheaper wood spam can 100% just be used for going aggressive. Can and has. Especially because it allows for tech switching quite rapidly. You can get out of aggressive play very quickly. I myself, on the other hand, playing as the Armadillo Commander, almost exclusively does longer flavors because its defensive ability doesn't really benefit it at all in the early aggressive plays. And because we have one player going defensive, and one player probably also going eco-heavy, this is gonna be a longer match, I imagine. Similarly, both of their builds indicate that they are going for something slower, as it is more than 2 minutes in, and yeah, okay, well, upgrade centers all around. It's gonna be another sit back, relax, no one interacts with each other for 6 minutes. Probably 7, maybe 7.5. Shout out to M-Boy coming in with a posture check a little bit ago. Guys, make sure to sit up, relax. If you guys want to get yourself a drink, that'll be a great opportunity. Because I got myself some nice juice here. It's so tasty.
It's always important to hydrate.
Hydration is very important. Especially if you're a player. Get yourself up there, keep your energy high. I myself investing in a laser production facility, getting that factory down. Going for the energy flavored heavy weapons. Svez going for the opposite side of the spectrum. The munitions plant for the cannon flavored. You love to see it. Just the minds, like, okay, I see what you're doing over there. It's eco time. Everyone's just upgrading their economy. You saw this coming. Quick update on the voting. Looks like players are favoring I Am Myself to win the best of 3. At 82%.
Some bias towards the FPL winner.
I think so, yeah. I myself has, they've both been in the FPL, but I myself has had a stronger showing. So I think players have seen the name I Am Myself a fair few times throughout our casts. I have plenty of videos with I Am Myself in it. Showcasing him. And, I think they're probably winning the popularity contest there.
And maybe players can see themselves in I Am Myself.
That too. I myself getting the first weapon placed. The first heavy weapon placed. A plasma beam in the lower expansion. Svez redoing their defenses before adding weapons in. Getting a hard wall worth of shields. To protect the core. Which I think doesn't actually protect the core from the plasma beam.
Oh no, definitely not. There is an angle.
Yeah,
there is a skill gap going.
Really rather unfortunate there. As if we... Oh dear. So... Hey, okay, so that'll do it. I was about to say, because there's
nice.
a nice straight line from this plasma straight into the core. But the plasma, the energy shield down here will prevent that. More importantly, I'm myself investing in a swarm missile launcher. A single swarm missile launcher can go a long way to deal with those energy shields, although at this stage, maybe a nuke would be better. Well, we'll see how the map goes. Is that double energy shield? No, that's metal with energy shield in front. Okay. I'm gonna say, you might need I myself might need a nuke in order to get through those energy shields, because those are meant to be internal shields. Swarm missiles don't deal with internal shields very well. But we'll see how that goes. In his fire beam, plasma beam, I divide myself. XXVIII finally getting their cannons in progress. Now rocking out at a whopping 2 cannons in progress. One of them is a third completed. I appreciate XXVIII actually building the cannons instead of waiting for the commander ability. I myself finding the joy of internal shields as XXVIII adds even more shields. XXVIII has plenty of energy for this with, what is that, 7 upgraded turbines? So, doing the same thing Eaton did in his having fun match, going up to 6 energy shields with a heap load of turbines behind. I myself doesn't know this, but they really can't deal damage to Zvez here. Like, best thing they can do is focus the weapon platforms, the cannon battery. Of course, I myself doesn't currently know this, but they'll seem to figure it out eventually, I imagine. An EMP launcher out of Zvez hits I am myself's weaponry, shutting it all down. So there's something I want to mention here. Plasmas, or lasers in general, don't deal much damage. Their gimmick is that they deal penetrative power. They have penetrative power, so they'll cut deep, but they don't deal a lot of damage. So you use them to cut deep and snipe out individual components. Like you cut deep, you take out a turbine, or a cannon, or something. That becomes a problem in matches like this with high economy, where you have lots to cut through, and the ability to rapidly reconstruct. Because all the players are sitting at maximum mines with maximum upgrades, with all upgrades, all of the money can be spent on reconstruction. So penetrating isn't really feasible, and
Oh, this will.
ooh, that's a heavy hit. As I was saying, penetrating isn't really feasible because the players have had enough time to densify all their forts. Additionally, because laser weapons don't deal much in the way of actual damage, you can't expect them to run your opponent dry on repair costs. So you don't have a real way of penetrating bases with lasers, or at least ending the game with lasers. In matches like this where players go up to maximum economy. That said, I myself does have a nuke, which can deal large damage, and can get through the energy shields. So that's very relevant, and that will be the main difference maker here. But I myself has to land the nuke and has to get the follow-up with the plasma. Even then, it's probably not enough. On the other hand, on the other side of the field, XXVIII is going for triple cannon, which I think with these eco is not enough, but cannons generally are capable of dealing enough damage to punch through even this kind of eco. As we saw here, I myself already lost a fire beam through their doors without having the door snipe, just by virtue of punching the doors enough that I myself wasn't able to repair in time. That's something that cannons can do, and while with this kind of eco, it's a very slow process, it can be done. So I do think XXVIII has a vastly superior position here in this match, but also, given the rate of damage, it's probably going to take longer than the 4 minutes for XXVIII to get punching through I myself's defenses here, at least in any game-ending sense. There's only 4 minutes left on the timer, so this match is going, I strongly suspect, is going to go to timer once again, but this time in XXVIII's favor. Oh, door snipe. Oh, pain. Nuke taken out.
Did it hit a node?
I think it hit a falling strut or something.
That's what I thought. It was a confusing moment.
It didn't
Might
get
have been a funny node. More funny, but
maybe. I'm unclear.
I'll have to read that.
I didn't actually see what caused it to detonate, but it impacted something that caused it to detonate rather than it getting shot down. And that confused me because I didn't actually see something there for it to hit. I can only guess it was... Ooh. Okay. Well, that was a
This
lot
is
of
bad.
damage. Yeah. Did not expect that. I am myself tanks the cannon rounds, but the base is so thick, so heavy that it rips itself off of its own foundations and loses a huge chunk of his base there. So I myself needs to repair that. Fortunately, they've got the money to do so, as you can see, as they now have this giant thickness of wood in front of them. Nuke flies once again. Makes it across the field, taking out a couple flak and a missile launcher, or rocket launcher. Triple cannon toward I Am Myself's core. There's the penetration.
Core damage.
Yeah, actual core damage that will put Zvez in the lead and put I myself on a timer, a 2-minute timer, in fact, which is not very long. I'm actually kind of surprised to see I myself getting penetrated here. I myself floating metal at this stage of the game. Really needs to be using that to and thicken their defenses to prevent the cannons from landing. Also needs to be dealing core damage over to Zvez, which is extremely unlikely. So there's a lot of things that need to happen for I and myself in order to have a chance here. Zvez having the agent's extra APM to just manually fire. There it is. Nuke taken out. With the nuke getting taken out, there's no hope of those lasers getting anything else done. The cannons are digging. I myself floating more resources. Now reconstructing the thickness on the defense, on the defensive front. That's the 60-second time alarm notification. Nuke lands. There is a world where that nuke snakes up and into Zvez's core, which could just outright end the game. And I think I myself will get exactly one more nuke launch before the end of the match. However, that is not a particularly well defended core. Final shot. Oh! Just barely doesn't hit the weak spot. I myself tanks the hit once again and launches the nuke directly under the core, which is where it needs to be. Air-cooled core. Alright, so I myself no longer has defenses in the core. Zvez trying to get the final hit. Oh! That was so close.
Oh, it screams.
Oh my gosh. Now that was... I had to see that again. How close was that? Look at this. Ooh. It's intersect. It actually passes through the core sprite. Just doesn't touch the hitbox. It was that close. Good lord. Well, that was something close. Alright, so I think I would like to see what happened with this nuke here. So it wasn't this one. I think it was the next one. I think it was this one. No.
I'm currently looking at 4 times speed. Oh, it was a strat. Yes, it was a falling strat.
It was a falling strat. Okay, I figured like it had to be a falling strat.
Because of the laser door snipe just a few seconds ago.
Okay.
Neat.
What time was that at?
I left the replay.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. Falling metal strut from the doors. Got it. There it is. Okay then. Beautiful. All right. So it is now 1-1. I am myself versus Vez. The match is made. The scores are even. Let's see how this one does. We are ready. Let's do this. All right. Now we're up to round 3 in this best of 3. The scores are even. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is I am myself in the blue, playing as the Seep Commander. An interesting pick for this map. They're facing off against their opponents. On the right-hand side, in the red, it is Zvez, playing as the Spook Commander. So because Zvez is Spook, it is revealed to them that they are playing against the Steep Commander. And that is prompted an immediate reaction from Zvez, simply saying, huh? In chat.
Might be a giveaway to I am myself saying they are Spook.
Maybe. Either way, I myself is not trying to be sneaky here. We are going to see I myself avoiding upgrading any, increasing their economy at all. Instead staying on 3 mines, and using those 3 mines to power a swarm missile rush. Something that will be plenty obvious even without the Spook assistance.
Yes.
Oh dear. It begins. Svez is already reacting to this, by the way. Getting up an EMP sniper. Got a little bit of time before Svez has to worry about getting hit by those missiles, so it's not an immediate concern. I myself here selling off this tech, because that's not going to be useful. Instead, they're going to be getting an upgrade center, which will be much, much more useful. Oh, it hurts so much. 0 metal income because EMP. He's trying to do it again. Oh, it's painful. Svez with the token EMP dealing crippling damage here. This is not the world you want to live in for if you're I myself. Not even a little bit. Oh boy. Well, it is going to slow the match down a little bit. Zvez going eco. I think Svez wants to. I'm not sure what's. I think Svez wants to go heavy weapons. I'm not sure which flavor. I assume kinetics, because cannons and howitzers especially are super good on this map, but I mean, surviving I am myself is probably the higher priority. I say that as if the EMP hasn't delayed I am myself's build for an incredible amount of time. Yeah, Zvez upgrading in another, investing in a second tier 1 tech. I'm not actually sure why. Is it just buzzsaw? Like, is he just saying, "Oh, I've slowed you down so much, I'm just gonna buzzsaw you out of the game," which is a brave choice, but not impossible. I'm curious. I am curious. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Is what's happening here. But things are certainly happening. Again. And he gets the upgrading ones. I am myself down to 9 metal income. Oh, it hurts so much. And it makes it across again. Oh, Lord. It's past cannon o'clock at this point, and I am myself doesn't even have upgraded nukes yet. It's that bad. That EMP has been catastrophic. Like, you cannot let that happen as the missile rush player. Like, you just can't. Zvez has had time to do whatever they want. Whatever they want looks a lot like double buzzsaw, which I think isn't enough to end. Yes, it is. That's enough. At least it will be enough when I myself, when they reload, because I myself doesn't have the money to rebuild. And he just snipes. Oh, it's just a deconstruction. Just a complete and total deconstruction of everything. Oh, that is so painful to watch. But it feels so good. Zvez winning that one. Oh my god, that is such a painful way to go out. Good god, Zvez winning this best of 3 over their opponent. I am myself moving on to the next round, knocking I am myself out of the tournament. That was a match. And guess what, chat? You were wrong. I myself gets knocked out. And Zvez wins it. Well done. Very, very well done.
I'm going to take this opportunity to get a coffee because coffee.
Understandable.
Yeah, that is a good reason.
Coffee is its own reason for coffee. Oh, Lord. Well, that got exciting. Next up, we have Robber Fox versus Firework.
Correct.
That's another one I'm looking forward to. As both of these players are, I could just say, similar skill level. We might get to see another back and forth.
I would say Firework is a bit better, but I understand.
Yes.
What you mean. If I had to expect, I would say Robert Fox is going to go with portal mortars.
I would love to see it.
Oh, yes. It is his specialty, after all.
It's my favorite thing to watch. Portal mortars in general are my favorite weapon. Portal mortars just makes it even more fun. It's like science, but also mortar.
Exactly. Very raw and brutal science.
It is. Good lord. That last match, that's just... It was very well played out as Vez. It's just... Oh god, was that painful to experience, to be on the receiving end of that.
My god, Ethan has 50 medals.
50, you say?
50.
It's so many. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're off. And we're off to round 1 in this best of 3. As here we have, on the left-hand side, it's Robber Fox in the blue with the Firebird commander. Well, you'll love to see that. They're playing against their opponent in the on the right-hand side in the red. It's Firework with the Spook commander. So, Firework will be aware that their opponent, Robber Fox, is the Firebird commander. We'll get to see what Robber Fox actually does with this we do see some substantial re-engineering of the starter fort here, going with the maximum long experience.
Right now.
Yes, it is the stability tech special. Right-hand side Fireworks not doing any such shenanigans. Instead focusing on eco, among other things. I'm curious to see what the strategies are going to be. I expect portal mortars at some point from Robber Fox. Although this looks like it's going to be standard mortars out of Robber Fox. Firework, on the other hand, already has a armory placement position, I think. Is that going to be? I think Firework's more reacting to Robber Fox placing the mortars. Oh, wait a minute. That looks suspiciously like portal mortars out of Firework.
Oh, that is interesting.
Well, I didn't expect that. We have standard mortars out of Robber Fox, portal mortars out of Firework.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know yet. Yes, I think it was going to be portal mortars, and then decided that it wasn't going to be a good idea against someone who's going standard mortars. I think is what is happening there, and then just like, nope, we're just going to just gonna go regular mortars now. This is mild switch here, as it's going to be mortar on mortar violence. The sniping from Firework is pretty top tier right now. Disabling machine gunners top and bottom. Robber Fox actively defending.
Snipers.
It really is. Robber Fox actively defending against the mortars with manual sandbag placement. Okay.
Firework also sometimes has the habit of using 2 snipers actively, which is always insane to watch.
It is. It's also really powerful, as 2 snipers is like disproportionately stronger than 1 sniper. It's like you would think. 2 snipers. Is it twice as effective as 1 sniper? No. It's more. Alright, so I'm not sure of the follow-up for Robber Fox here. So, Robber Fox needs to change up their tactics. Either ramp up the pressure or tech switch. As Firework has stabilized with the current mortar situation. Firework is just going for cannon tech. So we'll see how that goes. This means that Firework is not trying to take... Not really trying to take map control. Certainly not trying to break Robber Fox here with his early aggression. Just keeping Robber Fox in check a little bit. The question is... How does Robber Fox react to this? Because Firework isn't trying to get aggressive, so Robber Fox has time to do whatever they want. Whatever they want, currently, seems to be a mild application of Incendiary Mortar, which is doing very little to Firework. It's not nothing, it's just very little. Firework certainly has enough capabilities, enough extraneous money laying around that they're able to get down tech and have saved up enough money for a cannon. So that's going to be relevant here, I think. Looks like Robber Fox is actually going to be ramping up the pressure. They're keeping the mortars and upgrading the mortars. Whereas Firework has placed their cannon. So that's... Both players run a clock here. As Robber Fox has to deal critical damage to Firework before that cannon is completed. Alternatively, destroy the cannon before the cannon is completed. Whereas Firework just has to survive. And has to keep the cannon alive long enough to get damage done. Because... unlike the mortars, the cannon is guaranteed damage, and Robber Fox will have their base taken apart piece by piece, cannon shell by cannon shell, once that cannon comes online. That's something that Robber Fox really, really doesn't want to have to deal with, because Robber Fox is going with a grind via chip damage kind of playstyle. Having your chip damage sources be removed one by one is not a good experience. Like, that's untenable. You can't win that way. You have to drag your opponent down and whittle them down piece by piece, which doesn't work if you reduce your damage output. Which is what the cannon from Firework is going to do. So Robber Fox doesn't have much time left before the map starts heading towards Firework's direction. Robber Fox has momentum at the moment, but that momentum's not going very fast, and Firework's about to slow it down. Let's see. There's the first cannon. First cannon shell does some serious internal damage in terms of repair cost, and takes out an AP sniper, which is going to give Firework an easy opportunity to get more anti-air. Those buzzsaws are concerning, as they're hitting important load-bearing struts. Just gonna leave Firework in a concerningly stressed position here in terms of their base structure. Like, Firework's core is tilted a lot, which is, you know, an indicator that something very bad has happened to the struts. But as it stands, most of the mortars being shut down. Cannon flies again, takes out some more weapons, splashing the tech even harder, which is going to render Robber Fox out of money. As you can tell, Robber Fox's mortar launching rate has decreased substantially. This is mostly due to the cannon causing economic damage. Cannon fires again. takes out a mortar, which is pretty important, as one by one, Robber Fox loses their ability to deal damage. This is where things become difficult for Robber Fox. Because remember when I said Robber Fox was on a timer? This is exactly what I meant. Because every time that cannon fires, it's going to take out something. You can't stop it from taking out something. You can just rebuy the thing and spend the upkeep cost and spend the cost on that. And for Robber Fox's current strategy, that's just you can't have that happen. Because you know, if 4 mortars doesn't break the enemy, as 4 mortars wasn't breaking the enemy, 3 mortars certainly won't break the enemy. So that presents a problem. That certainly presents a problem for Firework here, for Robber Fox. Whereas Firework is just going to slow down Robber Fox's offensive with his cannon, and then just buy a second cannon. And just like that, Robber Fox is taking core damage, dropping him down to 18.9%, putting Firework in the lead as far as the game timer is concerned. Robber Fox actually getting somewhat of a lucky break here, taking out a bunch of MGs and letting the mortars land. That's gonna get some damage onto the cannon. Now that's what Robber Fox was hoping to do a long time ago. Didn't quite manage it a while ago, but it's starting to manage it now. Oh! Oh, that's it!
Wow!
Oh, the chain reaction, that is so good.
That was a great chain reaction.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
No. He was in the lead.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah. Like, right up until there. I just gotta call that a lucky shot. That was a Death Star levels of surprise. Just found the one brace. He's gonna win until he lost. Excellent description. He's gonna win until he lost. Good lord. I wasn't expecting the total base collapse. Like I did mention before that Fireworks base was a little bit crumbly. But that was more crumbly than I thought it was going to be. That was very surprising to me. Well, there you have it. Robber Fox takes round 1 with some rather slow play aggression. Look at that. The cannon collapses, just causing everything else to ripple. Oh. Devastating. Well, there you have it. Round 1 goes to Robber Fox. Well, let's see if Firework can make a comeback in this next round. As we'll be back to playing on the vanilla map. Robber Fox versus Firework, round 2 out of 3. Match is made. Players are ready. We'll be jumping into the action momentarily. And we're off to round 2 in this best of 3, where here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it is Firework, playing as the Spook Commander. Everyone knows what's going on in this match, because on the other side of the field, it's the Spook Commander being controlled by Robber Fox in the red. We have a mirror match on vanilla. The sniper has already begun doing sniper things in the most nuisance possible. Just touching those turbines. Looks like both players going up to sniper shenanigans, so it's going to be one of those mouth openers. As we have mines being added on behind. Actually, we have a little bit of difference in the build order here. A Firework going up to max mines before tech, whereas Rubber Fox investing in tech before mines. Typically, this favors the player who went for mines first. It is a little early to tell who's in the lead. Certainly, Rubber Fox, with that early tech advantage, will have more options. Fireworks is so late on the tech. Like it's a minute and a half in when they're just placing the tier 1 tech. Whereas Rubber Fox preparing to place tier 2.
This building style is so wicked. I love it.
Yes. Look at that lean.
Yeah, it's a little flexible, isn't it?
It is. They do that on purpose because if you don't...
Yes. The turbine placements are slanted in the beginning, but it's straight on it.
It is
afterwards.
So many levels of worth it. For those wondering why these players are slanting their bases so heavily, it's because if you pull the core back, you can rest it on these, in part because you can rest it on the forelong, so it's not actually going to fall. It's very well stabilized. But mostly so that you can then build very far forward without causing the base to lean forward and, fall into the chasm below. Lets you just get more frontal defenses. We see this situation going on here where you're trying to pull it closer, just to lean that much harder. Looks like Firework going for standard mortars once again. Both players are spook, so it is likely that this has been scouted. Robber Fox, on the other hand, going up to lasers. There's actually a good chance this hasn't been scouted. The upgrades... Robber Fox, you gotta react to this. I think... Oh boy. This is not easy to scout.
This will hurt.
And it's going to hurt a lot. I presume that's pre-aimed mortar. It is. So, Fireworks build here is deceptive. He's not going for a heavy weapons rush build. As you can see, he's only just now placing his heavy weapons tech. But he is getting upgraded mortars. And what's concerning about it is he's placed them in a spot that can't be easily scouted. Like if I were looking at this base, at Fireworks base, I would not think, oh, this man's going to mortar me. There's a little bit of telling, but not much at all. And I am not surprised that Robert Fox got caught blindsided by this. The only saving grace is that it's not an actual mortar rush, it's just building a couple mortars. So this is not going to deal real damage to Robber Fox, but will threaten to deal damage.
Firework keeps missing his mortar shots.
Yes. Which is a little concerning for Firework. Looks like he's fixing it now. Because any amount of mortars that land is nice. Like Firework has invested in fairly heavily into these mortars. Like that's not cheap investment. So you got to deal damage, or else you're just behind. And it looks like he is actually getting that damage dealt. But the first fire beam is out for Robber Fox, which means Firework's going to be taking near unmitigatable damage. Just like last round, where Robber Fox was on a timer to deal damage to Firework, Firework's now on a timer to deal damage to Robber Fox. And it's looking like it's probably not going to happen. As that plasma is about a third of the way complete. A Firework will be getting cannons of their own, rather than attempting to end the game with these mortars. So, it's not... If Firework fails the timer, it's not going to put them in a situation where they're going to outright lose the game. It's just going to put them in a particularly unpleasant game state, where they're going to be at a disadvantage and behind. Very, very far behind. The only saving grace here is that it's lasers, which are not great for penetrating deep, or not great for dealing game-ending damage. And lasers are something that Firework is defending against. It looks like Firework's looking to go up to Howitzer and indirect fire everything. Unless they're going to build the Howitzer on top there, at which point laser's going to be particularly useful against it. Rubber Fox did lose their fire beam at one point there to a sniper, which is classic. And the plasma beam is coming online. Now, here's the thing. Plasma beam's going to deal damage. Ta-da! Damage. 2 turbines go down. And that's just how that works. Yeah. So Firework's going to have to deal with that. That's going to slow down Firework even more. The problem here now for Robber Fox is that Robber Fox doesn't have the threat of dealing game-ending damage. So while Firework's in a particularly unpleasant situation, can't hurt Robber Fox, is going to struggle to expand and really do much of anything because the Plasma Beam exists. What Robber Fox can't do is actually end the game. So Firework is not in danger of dying here. He's just in danger of not winning, which is a problem for Firework. Whereas Robber Fox could do pretty much anything they want, which I imagine looks a lot like... Yeah, okay, so you missed that shot, but I imagine it looks a lot like chopping all the corners off of Firework's base. My question is, what does Robber Fox do to actually end this game? Because I don't know what... excuse you, sir. That's an angle I didn't see coming. That was almost lethal. Robber Fox almost having their base chopped off at the ankles. I think that was just a randomly fired plasma. Mortar actually landing. Okay. I don't know how this match... This one reeks of going to timer. Fireworks sacrificing his armor. Okay, so here's the thing. Fireworks not really able to expand. Can't sustainably adjust their base without getting blasted. We love to see that. Robber Fox having the energy for his plasma laser siphoned out of the plasma laser mid-fire. Like, it started shooting and then had the energy drained out of the laser beam. That's something that Spook can do, the dirty, filthy thief that it is. So it looks like Firework has said, alright, I can't expand up or down because I'm going to have to deal with this plasma, and that's difficult. So instead, I'm just going to build my cannon inside of my base. Inside of my armor, in a particularly inconvenient location for me. But I can build it there safely, and Robber Fox can't stop me. And then I'll be able to get some actual damage dealt. God, like this base. Robber Fox just growing. You'll love to see it. Now, this does have consequences for Firework, because while Firework can safely build a cannon and will be able to deal actual damage, this also means that Firework now has an explosive, a very high explosive, inside their front armor. And if that detonates for any reason, like say a door snipe, which is something that plasma beams are especially capable of doing, Firework just dies. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So this is now a risky situation where Firework has said, I'm going to take the safe option that lets me safely get firepower, and in exchange, I am building a situation where if I take damage, I lose the game. Whereas Firework is just getting a surprising amount of work done with his mortars, actually. Just the map control between the sniping and the minigunners from Firework is actually suppressing Robber Fox enough to get the occasional mortar hit, which is kind of funny. Surprising. So Robber Fox has got to deal with that. I think that has successfully ground Robber Fox almost to a halt, almost. Like, Robber Fox is getting a second plasma right now. It has not stopped him, but it's close. It's close to stopping him. Whereas Firework... Alright, there's the laser. Chopping off that at the... Oh my god. Losing the plasma to door sniping. Yeah, I hate to see it. That hurts.
A lot of core damage there.
Yeah, the secondary explosion from the plasma has brought Robber Fox down to 43%. It's worth noting that Fireworks Cannon made an appearance there, also blowing through the doors that the plasma beam had once hid behind, and splashed the core. A little extra insult to injury there. More importantly, Firework has revealed that they have a cannon inside their armor block, which means Robber Fox has a target. If Robber Fox is able to door snipe that, Firework loses the game. That's what happens. Robber Fox certainly knows that. At least I certainly hope they know that. The question is, will they be able to do that? And the answer is... always a threat. Let's see, he's gonna sit there. He's got it selected. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's trying to open it up and see if he can get the door snipe. Alright, he's activating. He's sitting on it, but he's not actually using the weapon. Similarly, Firework also selected his cannon, but didn't fire it. I think what's happening here is Firework knows that Robber Fox knows, and doesn't want to open the door anymore. He's like, I'm not going to play this game. I'm just going to hit you with mortars until something changes. I don't have to fire the cannon. You have 70 seconds before the timer runs out, and I've done core damage. I'm never going to fire this cannon again. It's done. Robert Fox is like, please open the door. Please open the door. Just once. Just one little peek. But that is it. Robert Fox does have to deal core damage to your Firework in the next few seconds, or this game will go to timer. And now Firework to fire the cannon. Do it. Do it. Taunt him. Do it. Yes! There it is. Oh, good lord.
It's like you can read them like a book.
Yeah. It makes me so happy.
Playing each has will multiple times trouble.
Yes. Oh lord, I love to see it. Alright. Yeah, he's just gonna fire again. And it's it. It's just going to time, and there he's just firing just to spite. It's over. Robert Fox knows it, and he's just enjoying himself. And by that I mean I'm gonna hit you with the plasma because I can, and for no other reason. I think the MVP goes to Fireworks mortars here. It was the mortars the whole time that did it. Well, in an unexpected twist, that evens the scores. Firework, Robber Fox, 1-1, as we go to match 3 in this best of 3. Oh my lord, that was madness, the whole thing. Ah, yes. Once more into the fray. Alright, match is made. Players are ready.
Yep.
Time's up, let's do this. And we're off. To round 3 in this best of 3, the scores are even. The victor goes the spoils. So here we have on the left-hand side, it is Robber Fox, playing as the Spook Commander. They'll get to see that their opponent is Armadillo. So on the right-hand side, it's Firework. So Firework with the Armadillo Commander is going to want to do some defensive play. We'll get to see if Firework goes for the Upgrade Center. Robber Fox, on the other hand, can do pretty much whatever they want. Spook is a kind of generalist commander, very good for reactive play, because they get to see the commander choice early on, as well as basic stealing resources. Can't go wrong with stealing resources. So far, similar openers. Looks like standard eco into tech for both players. We actually see Upgrade Center out of Robber Fox before Upgrade Center out of Firework. Typically, if you're in this matchup, you, as Spook, wait until you have a little bit more confirmation. Oh, never mind. I see what's happening here. I was about to say, if you're in this matchup, you want to make sure that your opponent, Armadillo, is going for some kind of eco play before you dedicate to an eco play. Because, like, if you're Spook and you do an eco play and your opponent just decides to go aggressive for whatever reason, you just get in trouble because you don't have any real bonuses to help with your eco or your defenses there. You just kind of die. But no, Robber Fox is getting the Upgrade Center to be aggressive, and it's going to be Portal Mortars, and it's going to be painful, specifically for Firework. I do question the choice of going for 5 Portal Mortars, but I am not the expert in this instance. That goes to Robber Fox, and the reason I question 5 is because 5 is expensive. And Robber Fox only has 2 turbines, and, well, that's a lot of energy consumption. Robber Fox needs to immediately invest in like 5 more turbines before being able to meaningfully fire this. That said, the opening volley exists, and it hits. Firework loses a chunk of their base. Firework did see this coming, or at least reacted to it. And there it is. That's about all the firing that Robber Fox can get done for a moment. They will be expanding here, it looks. Yeah, they're down to firing about 3 mortars at a time now, which is fewer than 5. Robber Fox now expanding the energy production here. Oh, actually stealing money out of Firework's pocket to afford another volley of mortars. Ta-da! I'm not sure what... So Firework is just looking to take this slow. Instead of investing in tech, instead of investing in anything else really, Firework is just upgrading their mines and is hoping to outproduce this. As to say, hey, I see you're hitting me, I'm just gonna tank it and regenerate. That's it. That's Firework's plan. And then eventually Firework is hoping to be efficient enough in this defense that he'll be able to invest into something like a heavy weapons tech, like a cannon, probably a cannon. I mean, laser might be more effective. Whichever one he wants to go for, he'll choose. And then eventually work his way toward heavy weapons. It's cannon, so okay. I'm not surprised by that. Robber Fox, on the other hand, is ramping up their energy production, hoping to get it high enough that they can actually apply serious pressure over the Firework. They're also getting some mini gunners, which are very good at the whole chopping through wood thing. Those portal mortars are beautifully aimed, by the way. Like, this is practiced. And those are going just below the foundation. Going up the triple minigunner, too. Once those buzzsaws come online, Firework is going to have some trouble. Because those penetrate pretty deep. Like, really deep. And if they start deforming things, it's going to be an issue. Wow, even throwing the sniper in there at the potential weapon spot. But surprise, Firework doesn't have anything to hit. God, Firework is just struggling for money right now.
Slight damage difference.
Just a little bit. Definitely just a little bit. This is what insufficiently efficient defense looks like. Firework is slowly getting ground down here. Just whittled away. Shot by shot. Firework space is shrinking. Currently, Firework's goal, aside from general survival, which is not looking particularly high percent chance here. Currently, Firework's goal is to develop a heavy weapon and retort in kind. Because Firework can take a hit, obviously, but Robber Fox cannot. And if a cannon comes out, Robber Fox loses. Unfortunately for Firework, I think the cannon is not going to be happening in the foreseeable future. I think Firework is going to get mortared through portals. And is going to explode. Once the next set of buzzsaws comes online, I think that's going to be it for Firework. Yeah, Firework just doing everything, activating commander ability on cooldown, just taking hit after hit. Not even getting doesn't even have the APM to spare to use the sniper. God, those mortars are chunking. Alright, surely this is lethal, right? Oh, so close. Firework has to be careful here. Firework cannot rip.
Wow.
There it is.
That was
This was
satisfying.
masterfully done.
Yeah. Yep, that was about as pristine as it looks. All those times before, all those matches that I say, hey, the aggressive player's on a clock because once the heavy weapon comes out, that's it for them. This is an example of what it looks like when the aggressive player wins.
Yeah.
Robber Fox takes it, and with this victory, knocks Firework out of the tournament.
Sort of our second sort of upset here, isn't it?
I don't know if I would call this one an upset, but it is... I probably would have given Firework favor just a little bit, just a little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think I would call this one an upset.
Same with I Am Myself.
Yeah. Very well done. Very well played. All right. Next, some of our favorite players. Now, this is a match I'm looking forward to. If only because I love both of these players. They make me happy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Next up, we have Tar versus Derbency.
Derbency pass Verräter.
Derbency
Just
press
rolls off the
Vergleicher.
tongue, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Just rolls off so easy.
So fast. Shout out to 42 keeping things running smoothly. As here we have round 1 in this best of 3. A commander we haven't seen yet this tournament. On vanilla, on the left, in the blue, it is Tar. Playing as the Overdrive commander. They're playing against their opponents in this mirror match, Derbency in the red. Also, Overdrive commander. Overdrive is an interesting choice. Overdrive is an interesting choice. I don't know. I don't have to do with this information. Overdrive is another generalist style commander. Their gimmick is that they get additional upgrade speed and bonus resource income. So they're good for just having more money and getting upgrades faster, which also translates into having more money faster. But the upgrades are very often used for aggressive plays. Like you could do both, but you don't really do anything exceptionally well. Like you don't get more damage. It's not like a Warthog, so getting heavy weapons are going to be hitting harder. You can just get more money, which you can spend on anything you want. So like it's pretty good. You can't really go wrong with Overdrive. You just also don't really go right with Overdrive. At least exceptional with Overdrive in most situations. It's a surprise to me to see both players choose Overdrive. Like it's kind of an unusual pick, but Overdrive is picked every so often. Like it's not like it's a surprise to see Overdrive ever. But seeing both players is just weird. I don't know what to do with this information. Not surprising we see an upgrade center. Again, this has no real bearing on whether it's going to be an aggressive play or an eco play. I suspect it's going to be an eco play because the players are So we're seeing the heavy weapons facilities placed down for each player. There's going to be an eco upgrade center, eco economy based upgrade center with a standard heavy weapons rush kind of deal. Benzene getting a little crumbly. You gotta get that. Okay. Alright, fixed. Good job. Yeah, it's gonna be. Why do you have so many? Why are you like this? So many upgraded turb. Mine's for. Okay, whatever makes you happy. That is an incredible amount of lean coming out from both players. Especially from Derbency. Alright, so yeah, it is just all upgrades all day. It's just the same build. Down to a few seconds difference. This is the second match where we've had the same build where both players are doing the exact same thing. for 5 minutes straight with less than a second difference between them. In this case, their benzene is a few seconds behind tar. It's like, oh.
Oh no.
Did he? Oh.
So, if you guys run in the strength and stability tech, there it is.
What is this holding?
Very strong.
I
I thought that was going to be lethal. I 100%
Yeah, I
thought that
thought
was
so
going to
too.
be lethal.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Like I saw the buzzsaw. I was like, I wonder if this.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's actually going to hit the shot because they're getting a little greedy. At some point, both players realized that they were a mirror match and just decided that they're going to go deep into it. Because usually you don't get this much upgrading. Like when I was commenting, when I was getting the exasperated comment about the turbine upgrades, that was because if you do that, you get yourself in trouble because your opponent can punish you for that. This is what punishment looks like. And both players just decided to like shake hands and say, we're just gonna not punish each other so we can get max eco and then do what we want later. And Tara's like, aha, while I'm holding your hand, I have a knife in the other.
Did Tar just use the downgrade ability? That's nice.
Yeah. So that's, that happened. Yeah, Tar downgraded their wind turbines and used the extra money from the wind turbines to, from the downgrade to fund triple cannon. Now that their benzene is reeling from pain of being stabbed in the face. Oh, please. Oh, please. Do it. Do it. One more shot. Oh, it sells just in time. And I think it's not good. Ah,
Please
their
shoot the cannon
benzene.
now. Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. No.
Their benzene. You saw the writing on the wall and was like, I see you getting greedy. I'm gonna do this trick here to stop you. I think it's too little too late.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, Lord. Tar going up to triple cannon successfully. Their benzene can no longer stop it. Yes, their benzene's got solid eco. Yes, their benzene's on 6 mine economy with 4 turbines and an upgraded turbine. It's getting a return to sender, which will undoubtedly protect a cannon. But, I mean, what do you do from here as their benzene? Oh, mortars. I actually quite like this play. Aside from the return to sender getting shut down, that sucks. I actually quite like the mortar play because you're not gonna beat cannons with fewer cannons. Not in this situation. But this is the problem. The cannons exist. And they hurt. They hurt a lot. The benzene needs to be distracting Tar as much as possible. Just to delay demise. But Tar, of course, sees the mortars because they're not, hidden at all. And has developed anti-air. A lot of it. So that's painful. For the benzene specifically. Interesting. The benzene's going straight to heavy mortars, not firing first. I guess that doesn't really matter. I do actually like the mortar play to benzene here. Not because the mortars are going to do much, but because they can do anything, which is more than anything else their benzene can do. Only other thing the benzene's missing is a pair of snipers. It's about the best case scenario. What's got to be painful for the benzene, and this is fundamental to the problem, is that Tar has cannons and also mortars, and is going to have more mortars than their benzene, I imagine, very quickly. Because Tar is just that far ahead, they have the same thing the benzene does, just more of it. So, like, real painful to be the benzene right now. The benzene does need to be firing. Yeah. Yeah, there's the machine guns. The only one that lands is the bait mortar. Classic. And here come the cannons. And the third cannon doesn't have the money for it. Okay. Robber Fox activating commander ability to get a temporary boost to their economy.
Rubber Fox, yes.
I like the choice of minigunners here. Out of Robber Fox. Tar is just
Oh, that's
suffering
Rubber Fox.
for lack of energy production. Like, Tar's not firing their cannons because they don't have the money for it. But as you can see, the cannons are very effective. Derbentine on the right-hand side just taking a hit.
He is hurting for certain.
I like the alliteration. 23% for Derbentine remains. Minigunners
I
doing...
sure hope that Tar doesn't collapse.
Yeah, that is possible. Tar is just building and not doing... Alright, Tar finally has the energy to fire the cannons. Do it, Tar. Blast the Derbentine.
Do it.
I think Tar just wants to grow. Tar just wants to end thicken. And I think that's Tar's current objective. Tar certainly likes big forts. There's the Overpen taking out 2 of Derbentine's mines, which is really bad for Derbentine. Looks like Tar having some firing arc issues, swapping out the big doors. Tar going up to 5 mortars, which is more mortars than Derbentine. And armoring up some more. At this point, there's 4 minutes left in the match, and Derbentine has to deal game-ending amounts of damage to Tar in order to win this. Otherwise, the game will go to timer, and when the game goes to timer, Tar will win. However, I'm surprised to see that Tar is permitting Derbentine to live that long, because Tar can certainly deal game-ending amounts of damage pretty much at any time. Perhaps it's unclear whether or not Tar... You've got 3 cannons. There's no way you don't know that. There's no way. Like, you don't get 3 cannons and then say, oh, I don't have enough cannons to blow my opponent out of the game. That's not how cannons work. Okay. Derbentine actually dealing meaningful damage to Tar. Between the miniguns shredding the front. Yeah, there's a hit on the core. Heavy mortars can one-shot the core under the right circumstances. That is a very bad sign for Tar. You cannot let that happen. Tar down to 85%. 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. Derbentine by far and away the aggressor. Another volley of cannons coming out from Tar, taking out another minigunner. I appreciate Tar putting a little bit of angled armor. Cheaply defend against such minigunnery. And there's the pen. Derbentine losing 3 mines. That hurts. Those are not going to be quickly replaced. More miniguns. More cannons. Classic. So Derbensine is barely hanging on. I'm going to use the word crutching on the commander ability active to keep their economy afloat. Because lacking all those mines means that Derbensine just doesn't have the money to do much. Oh, Lord. Howitzer finally comes out for Tar. Gets completely shut down by Derbensine. Derbensine has more than enough map control to deny that Howitzer, probably indefinitely. As now we have... the mortars are targeting it. Interestingly enough, if the mortars manage to take out that Howitzer, Tar definitely collapses here. And I think Tar is recognizing that. He's like, wait a minute.
Oh, there we go. It's got to be.
No, I was gonna say that should probably survive. Didn't have any explosive to collapse, but I mean, it's not gonna change the outcome of the match. Victory was had when Tar backstabbed Derbensine in the face. Right at the 7-minute mark. Was it somewhere thereabouts?
Backstab? Can you backstab in the face?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's possible.
Does it count? Does it count as a backstabbing?
Mechanically work?
It's like we have a gentleman's agreement. I'm going to immediately shred this with a knife. Well, so that went to time, but I think Tar was the real victor there. Both literally and figuratively, just having fun with it. Choosing to play with his food and still coming out on top. Well done, Tar, taking round 1. Ah.
42, you're on the Hall of Fame as well, aren't you? As part of a team?
Yes, correct.
Which team was that?
I won the tournament right after the tournament Incursus won, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
So I won with Skid Kenne.
That's right.
Ooh, that's a name I remember.
And back in the days, I wasn't even named 42 yet.
Yes.
Right. It was Inix or something, wasn't it?
Inix 6, yes, correct.
That's right. That's right, I remember.
Close enough.
Well, it is off to another weird match. What are these two doing? They're having fun is what they're doing, and I'm here for it. And I'm all here for is what I'm here for. All right, so here we let's get a little explanation here. Here we have left-hand side in the blue, Derbensine playing as Buster. We've seen Buster one time before, so we don't need to go too into deep as to what's going on here. But it just empowers your projectiles, cannons, 20 mils similar. Makes them incendiary, gives them an extra penetrative power. Great for dealing chip damage to internals and other juicy bits on the opponent's side. It just does a little extra damage. Generally, the extra damage itself isn't enough to break anything, but it deals chip damage, which then requires repairs, and those repairs weigh on the opponent's economy, which generally just makes cannons be more effective at starting the death spiral. Usually not chosen for 1v1s because it just doesn't have as strong as an effect as a lot of the other commanders. On larger matches like 4v4s where you can focus fire and have, say, 12 cannons in the same base, the extra chip damage does actual death to something like a core, so it's super meaningful there. But 1v1 is just a weird pick, but simple, understandable. Other side, much more understandable, it's the Phantom Commander, Tar on the right-hand side in the red. Phantom Commander's whole gimmick is mind games. That's it. That's the whole thing. They can make decoy weapons so that you can reveal to the opponent fake information, which is hilarious when that works. Additionally, it allows you to reposition weapons, which allows you to, say, fake opponents out, put something here or there. It's the sneaky option. You can do some mechanically tricky things with it, like surprise, put a weapon out in the open, fire it, and move it before the opponent's can react, that kind of stuff. So it's not strictly, it's not strictly cloak and dagger, but it is very much so mind gamey, and that's its gimmick. It's always fun to see it out. It's kind of an rare pick because it's cheese and only cheese, pretty much. And if you're not gonna do cheese, then you don't pick the commander. And most of the time, at least at the upper levels, being more consistent is stronger than pure cheesiness, so you often don't see Phantom. So it's always fun to see. It's not terribly surprising to see, but it's fun to see. And it just immediately makes the match unusual. So when you have this particularly rare combo of Buster versus Phantom, I don't know how to react to it. Especially given that Derbensine's going mortars rather than cannons. Mortars, for the record, are empowered by Buster. But because mortars are inconsistent when they land, you can't consistently use the Buster empowerment. It's like, oh yeah, let me empower the Busters, or empower the mortars. I fire a mortar volley. It's empowered. Great. Now they deal extra chip damage. And then they all get shot down on the sky, and you just waste a commander ability. It's like, oh, okay, well, that happens. So, like, just a whole lot of unusual choices being made across the board. Tar, with a whole bunch of gunner nests, shutting down the mortar plays really hard, getting mortars of their own, and not getting heavy weapons tech. Alright, on the other side, Derbensine looks to be scaling up their aggression, now with a buzzsaw and minigunners. Minigunners will do some digging against some of those machine gun nests, case and point. Yeah, Derbensine's building in a way that is going to render them incapable of taking a heavy weapon hit. So if Tar, at any point in time, gets heavy weapons, Derbensine's going to have a really bad day. But I think Tar wants to fight fire with fire. He's like, alright, you wanna do this early game stuff? I'll bite. And he's just jumping right in, I think is what's happening here. He's like, you want this? I could play like this too. Not sure what Tar's original plan was. Whatever it was wasn't cheesy, which makes Phantom an even weirder pick. So I no idea what's going on here, other than there's mortars flying, and there's the empowered mortars, and they actually land. You get to see, they penetrate, deal chip damage all the way through, and ignite. And the second empowered volley actually makes it, dealing even more.
He's doing really good with the bait mortar.
He is. He really is. Doesn't quite make the third volley, which I think is technically possible. Just, you gotta be on the spot with those timings.
Let me fact check that.
Please do.
Yes, correct. Heavy mortars.
Oh, no. Okay. I didn't zoom in over there because of, okay. I need to.
I was alt tabs. This is even worse.
You need to, okay. We gotta watch the replay on that because that's not something you see every day.
Yeah, of course.
So, watch what happens here. I'm just gonna let it go.
Oh my god. Okay, I see.
What the hell happened?
Oh, the ricochet. Ah.
the
that's
mini
fantastic.
gunners
Oh, that's fantastic.
ricocheted off the slanted armor directly into the back of the core and
I am
annihilated
out of
Tar.
words.
That's
insane. That just looks fantastic. In slow-mo. That's perfect.
only in forts. Only in
Wow.
forts does this kind of thing happen. Oh my god. I was
awesome.
so many levels of unprepared
Yeah.
for the game to end right there.
Yeah, same.
I was like, what? It's like there's no Tar was not close to being destroyed by those mortars, and then suddenly death. I was like, what? Excuse me. So that happened. Tar falls, and that brings us to round 3. Derbensine versus Tar.
An abyss.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So yes, just as I was saying before being rudely interrupted, heavy mortars have a 9-second reload time, and buster lasts for 20 seconds. So you can make 3 volleys. You are very tight on your timings.
Yeah, that'll do it. You just can't. It's just very tight timing. Okay, so that was. I didn't know it was happening at any point in time in that match, and then it ended. That's all I have to say about it. As we go into Abyss, it's starting. Why?
Yeah, I'm not losing a second.
No.
Yeah. Alright, so little hard to see what happened because I probably didn't have the screen swapped over to the actual game in time. Frame 0, the match is starting. The first thing Tar does is place down 2 snipers. Derbensine did the same thing, but was behind by about a third of a second.
Frames.
A few frames. So Derbensine immediately sold those snipers, and Tar blasted where the snipers were, and now has map control. Welcome to Abyss, ladies and gentlemen. That's just how this works. Here we have on the left-hand side, introducing our players. In the blue, it's Derbensine, playing as the Overdrive Commander. We saw it around previous. Great for upgrades, great for all kinds of things. You'll love to see it. They're playing against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Tar, playing as the Eagle Eye Commander. Which, funny story, snipers build faster. That is one of the quirks of Eagle Eye. So even if Derbensine had placed their snipers a fraction of a second faster than Tar, it wouldn't have mattered. Tar still would have gotten done faster and would have won the sniper war. Which, for the record, hasn't benefited Tar at all. Because Derbensine hasn't done anything to get suppressed by. So, like... it's just...
Also, I would not be surprised to see the original Eagle Eye ability being used on Abyss. Like the explosive shells.
The explosive... Especially, like... We might even see explosive snipers. That'd be interesting.
Sweet.
Oh, Lord. So, this is another match that's... So, Abyss generally gets scrappy. Because you can build so tall and you have so much space, you can get these weird firing arcs, which makes snipers... Tar's going to build a sniper nest up here. This is the sniper nest spot. Right at this little outcrop, this little point. So you build the sniper, and then you rain death from above. And it's like, oh, it's close range, let me build mortars. But mortars are exposed from above where the sniper can see, and then you start covering the mortars, and then you start having sniper duels from above and below, and then a missile comes from underneath, which is just a weird angle to come. Abyss is one of these maps that gets terribly aggressive at all points in time. So that's why things just get weird on this map. Because you can be aggressive in ways that are just unusual, that are unique to this map. Heavy weapons tend to be quite delayed on this map for that reason, if only because you need to be extra careful that your opponent isn't doing something aggressive. We do see mortars coming up for Derbenzin. We also see mortars for Tar, although Tar isn't doing much with them. Like, Tar had them first, but just kind of hanging out here. Lots of machine gunners for all players involved. Derbenzin doesn't have any machine gunners, just multiple sets of snipers. Going for the upgraded mortars before revealing them. That's true of both players. Although Tar has fewer mortars than Derbenzin, and Derbenzin... Oh, yeah, here, and then the sniper's gonna count. Oh. No, he's gonna try to win the sniper war first. Understandable. Derbenzin investing in metal to defend the mortars. And Tar revealing the mortars now. So I think Tar is actually... No, Tar's not going to fire first. It's going to be Derbenzin. Sniper wars happening. This is prelude to wars, what this is. And war is declared. Tar defends the first opening volley. Derbenzin shoots himself. It's a little awkward. And air defense has a weird relationship on this map because there's not a lot of horizontal space to work with. So the anti-air can't really shoot up. They can only shoot directly across, which is kind of sort of fine because there's a lot of vertical space to work with. So you just line this unyielding wall of lead. And it gets even more awkward when you have machine gunners positioned so high that they have to shoot down on the mortar projectiles, which are in turn coming from above and landing on your core. So this map is just unusual and creates some uncommon dynamics here. Looks like Derbenzin investing in an AP sniper. Kind of surprised to... There it is. Alright, so Derbenzin decisively wins the sniper war, and with sniper war now has, I don't want to say map control, but some substantial advantage in terms of gaining map control. Misses the shots. Looks like struggling for APM on all fronts here. Every player here is just struggling to keep up with all the different things going on, as they're trying to defend against mortars on both sides, sniping across the way, building additional defenses. I think Tar is going to be at the advantage here, because Tar is building in a way that renders Derbenzin's attacks less APM intensive to repair. Something as simple as the slanted armor in front means minigunners can't damage it. Also means buzzsaws can't damage it. It makes it such that Tar doesn't have to worry so much about defending that spot in particular, and can then focus additional brain power on map control. I say as if Tar didn't adjust that front just in time to get buzzsawed. Oh dear. So that, I think, will trend toward Tar having map control, and then that will translate into having a damage advantage via mortars. We do see commander ability active for Tar, which means explosive miniguns. Explosive miniguns just dealing a little bit more damage. Mortar on sniper violence. Sniper on sniper violence, and Tar is in fact claiming map control. Derbenzin is down to 0 machine gunners and a single sniper, which means those mortars are going to land.
Got some swarms being built down south there.
Indeed. For both players. Which is not terribly surprising. There is a position here where you can put swarms, and there is always someone... They always get placed there because they're very effective on this map. swarms from below. So mechanically, most anti-air is angled upwards because I guess you just expect the airborne projectiles to come from above. But on this map, because there's so much verticality, you have airspace below you to work with. And this also means you can set the swarm missiles pointed down and have the missiles come from below, where most anti-air is just naturally not adept at functioning. So it's kind of a efficient thing to do, especially with a nuke. Just getting the nuke to launch and land is quite effective. Though I suspect the nuke will be unnecessary in this match, because Tar's mortars are penetrating deep and getting real damage done. And the machine gunner, the minigunners as well. Oh! Well, that's a bad sign for Durbensine. As much as there was substantial luck involved with that, that is a full clear of all of Durbensine's mortars, which means Tar has successfully stabilized against Durbensine's aggression. So at this point, Durbensine is unable to reliably deal damage or meaningfully deal damage to Tar, while Tar can do whatever they want. Whatever they want is going to involve a lot more damage output into Durbensine. It is worth noting
He's
that...
transitioning out.
Yes, he is. Because of that, Durbensine is transitioning out, trying to tech switch, probably going to go with a nuke, and try to play with lucky shots here. I think Tar recognizes that and is getting more defenses around their core. It's like, what are you doing? I don't know what you're doing, but I need to be careful for it. It is worth noting that Durbensine, due to the earlier aggression plays, did manage to deal damage to Tar's core, having it knocked down to 53%. There are 4.5 minutes left in this match. If Durbensine takes 0 core damage for the rest of the match, Durbensine will win. Just by default, by tiebreak. Will that happen? I don't think so. I think Tar's got enough map control and general momentum that it's going to wind up with Tar dealing core damage, if not lethal. But that is currently one of Durbensine's potential objectives. You know, beyond just splashing a nuke directly in the Tar's front side. Which I think Durbensine's trying to do right now and would be doing if they had a sniper. They're going to fix that.
If they have the energy as well.
If they had the energy as well. Durbensine does not currently have the energy capacity to fire the nuke. Even if they had the sniper out, would be unable to fire it because they have a maximum of 3k energy right now, and will remain that until they can build a battery. Yeah, there's the battery. Because the nuke costs 4k to fire. Double sniper out of Durbensine, sniping away as many machine gunners as possible, trying to open the way to get the nuke through. Alright, Durbensine saving cash. Tar building angled machine gunners, having them set downward.
They should fire soon.
Yes. And there's Durbensine
Durbensine
firing.
will be first.
Tar also has the ability to fire right now. Nuke lands. Not enough to deal splash damage to the core, but chunks...
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am surprised by that, actually. That was close. But does chunk a lot out of Tar's forward defenses. Tar opening up the sniper pads. We're about to see a retaliatory nuke. And there it is. This is where Durbensine can take real damage. Beautifully done nuke catcher. Durbensine takes 0 damage. Because Durbensine does not passively have the armor to tank that. If that nuke lands, that is doing damage to the core. And that is the one thing Durbensine wants to avoid doing. There is not enough anti-air for Tar here. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, that was close. Right at the end, Tar lands a near game-ending shot, just shy of ripping Durbensine off the edge, and Derbensine with the nuke straight to the front of Tar, finishes off Tar's core. Oh,
Man, that was close.
Lord, that was close. That was one strut away from Derbensine being ripped off. I think even if Derbensine had been ripped off the core, just lose that last strut, and had fallen into the abyss, the amount of time it would take Derbensine to fall to their death would have been longer than the nuke impact time, and Derbensine would have won, which would have been the closest game so far. Holy smokes. That knife fight, it's every time with the Abyss. Every time with this stuff. Oh my god. Okay.
That was cool.
That was intense. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Derbensine wins it. Winning 2-0 over their opponent Tar. Knocking Tar out so soon. Impressive. Alright then. Let's see. Up next, we've got Helicopter versus Gunnets.
Helicopter was Mateo, wasn't it? Wasn't he?
Yes.
Yes. Helicopter, helicopter.
Oh god. Alrighty then.
What's the first map? It's vanilla.
And this is the last match for the
Last
day.
match, yes.
Yes.
Cool.
I'm so excited. Alrighty then. We will be on vanilla. So, Gonets is new to the competitive scene, I believe.
Not really.
I
He's
don't.
not been particularly good in his previous encounters. But he
Okay.
has been FAL and FPL player.
Okay. It's like I remember. I know Gonets has been around. He's been part of the community for a long time. I know he's done some workshops like mods, map stuff. I don't remember much of a showing in the I know he's participated, but I don't remember him having much of a showing in the tournaments. So we'll see.
No, that's for sure.
We'll see how he's grown over time. Helicopter, on the other hand, tournament champion. So the weed out process starts
Yes.
early.
Several times. Yeah.
Yeah, several times over.
Yeah. Helicopter has a lot of medals.
A lot of medals. Like in the running, close.
Yep.
It's a second place behind Eaton for most medals, I think.
Yep. Yep. He's wearing so many medals, he's leaning forward.
Thick
Exactly.
and laden with metal.
He has a strong neck.
It's beautiful. All right, well, we're off to round one. In this best of three, it is Helicopter versus Gonets. Here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it is Helicopter, playing as the Spook Commander, looking to thieve some of Gonets' monies. Looking with a fairly standard opener, with another mine going down on time. On the other side, on the right hand, in the red, it's Gonets playing as Firebird. Always a fun commander. Going to have a little extra incendiary activity.
I
Looking
like the
forward to
fact
it.
that Firebird disables the fire alarm on the opponent's team.
It is so good.
It is such a
Some
troll ability.
PTSD-inducing situations.
Yeah. It is such a troll ability is what that is. It's like you look back at your base and it's all on fire. Everything is always on fire. Helicopter going thick on the eco and light on the tech. Just getting his tech now at the 1 minute and 15 second mark. Whereas Garnet says already completed. Oh, Swarm Missile Rush. Okay. Garnet's going with a classic Swarm Missile Rush. Helicopter looks to be going for a cannon tech. An upgrade center. Not cannon tech. What's your... I think this is Helicopter saying, I'm going to face tank your missiles, upgrade all my mines, and then eventually get cannons and win the game. I think that's what's happening here.
I think I've seen him do that before.
Garnets is just gonna get nukes. Needs to get the upgrade center as soon as possible. Got the money for it. You can do it.
Maybe he'll fire the swarms once.
And still needs the upgrade center.
Yes.
Swarm missiles, the natural predators of turbines. Looks like Helicopter gonna lose a turbine or two. Certainly loses a mortar. Is Helicopter just gonna go mortars? Oh my god, the turbines didn't die. It's so weird.
I mean, he did aim for the mortars and other turbines.
Still, they're swarm missiles. They go everywhere. They're like sand.
I like the analogy.
There goes another mortar. I wonder if Helicopter's just getting mortars as a distraction or is planning on using mortars. Looks suspiciously like they're planning on using the mortars. Like that's the Helicopter strategy, I think. It's mortars. And I'm here for it. It's just a little bit delayed compared to what Gonets is coming out with. But then again, Gonets is also not getting the upgrade to the nuke, which they can't afford right now. Can make his life a little difficult. Because with just swarms, Gonets can't apply real pressure over to Helicopter. And without real pressure on Helicopter, Helicopter's just gonna get more mortars, and then Gonets is gonna explode. And that's just what's going to happen. However, Gonets' machine guns did successfully take out the mortar volley. Helicopter quick building some swarm missile defenses. Still, a mortar explodes in the process. Swarms, they really do.
Oops.
Oh.
Oh, it's just a comedic way to go. It just falls over. Oh lord.
Very dramatic.
Yeah. Just a very slow, just tilt over until it just hits the floor. Okay. Well, Gonets is struggling for energy and for metal and for damage output, and Helicopter's ramping up, adding in additional mini gunners, adding in a buzzsaw, has gone up to 5 mortars, and is getting additional heavy mortars added in. Helicopter is also You gotta spend your... What else? You also upgrading mines. Okay, I was wondering. It's like you're doing something else. What is it you're choosing to do? It is upgraded mines. Gonnets did manage to press the upgrade button on the swarm missiles, so nukes are in production. It's going to be a minute before they're ready to fire, and then Gonnets has to actually have the money to fire them, which is a dubious scenario for Gonnets to find themselves in. Because I think helicopter's just gonna...
There you go. Yep.
Yep.
And there it is. Death by mortar fire. Helicopter applies mortar directly to the forehead. Well done, helicopter. Alright, helicopter wins round 1. On to Desert Ruins next. For round 2 out of this best of 3. The signs will be swapped. And we're off. Alright. We're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue. It's Gonnets with the Warthog Commander. Look like we're going to see some heavy weapons at a Gonnets this time, as they look to punish their opponent who's up 1 in this best of 3. It's Helicopter in the red on the right-hand side playing as the Armadillo Commander. Armadillo Commander... with all that extra defensive capability, love to see it. I have a question from chat. What's the number below the energy in the observer panel? So that is money floated. It is how much money has been whisked away by virtue of not spending it. Forever gone and lost. Generally, it's a good metric of mental overhead. You see if a player is being overstressed, overtaxed.
Or just has no idea what to do.
That too, one of the two. Certainly one of the two. Looks like some fairly standard build orders out of the players involved. Going up to 6 mines. There's the tech placement out of helicopter. I expect to see heavy weapons for all parties involved here. That's what I expect to see. I'm very unsurprised by this. Gonnet's a little ahead in the tech production. Well, got a little unfortunate with that. We're just gonna pretend we didn't see that. Let's see. Not a whole lot of exciting. I'm not terribly surprised to see an upgrade center for helicopter over here. But a helicopter is going for... Oh my god, it's not heavy weapons. Helicopter being a mortar mad lad. I'm all here for this.
It's kind of old school.
It is. It is, and it makes me happy. Mortar's a little hard to use on this map, but especially from the lower position, there is an angle. And one thing you can do on this map especially is you can dangle a mortar array. Just like, instead of a machine gun array, you just dangle mortars with a little slant in front to give them forward defense. And then you just send all the mortars from down below. You have a long trunk that just dangles down and just violently applies mortars. And the further down you get, the more horizontal trajectory they will have when they impact, which makes them even harder to defend against. So I wonder if helicopter is going to be going for that strat. I think the upper barrel here is designed in a way that makes that a little difficult, but also it doesn't need much more. Yeah. So that right there is what makes mortars difficult, because you've got a very tight angle to work with. Too high and you splash onto nothing. Too low and you just hit down here, which, while down here the mine position is a great place to hit, it doesn't end the game, and therefore it doesn't have a real threat to end the game. And so when someone like Gonets comes out here with an empowered howitzer, you need more than mortars to shut that down. Technically, the mortars can actually hit the core, which is really hard to do. So it's a little inconsistent at times. That just means that Gonets' howitzer position isn't in immediate danger and will thus be able to complete. And then once it completes, Gonets will be a real threat to helicopter. That said, pretty certain helicopter is going to be well defended against that howitzer. And helicopter is more than happy to continue pounding the mine position down there, that little expansion slot. Helicopter having some energy production issues, it would seem, which is a surprise. Oh no, is that true? No, he's not. He just spent all of his energy on getting a cannon tech. On a tier 2 tech. I was wondering, why don't you have energy? As you spent it all on getting technology. That makes sense. So I fully expect Gonets will get their howitzer, will be able to freely construct their howitzer, while just taking hits to their mine position. On the other side, helicopter is content to use the mortars as they are, without ramping up the pressure much, and instead focus on expanding to additional sources of income and more technology. Helicopter is developing a minigun, which will ramp up the pressure at least a little bit, but not much. Yeah, trifecta of minigun plus buzzsaw plus mortar. Gonna keep Gonets slowed down substantially.
Time for the howitzer, hopefully.
And the howitzer is now ready, and Gonets has commander ability ready. So unless helicopter reacts to this, helicopter's going to take a lot of damage here.
Ooh,
or it's going to completely miss and reveal that there is a howitzer in play. So that's going to change helicopter's target priority here a little bit. So helicopter realizes, oh wait, I didn't stop him from placing it in the first place. I'd just been delaying the inevitable. So now the mortars are now hitting up top of the mortar position. Notice one of those mortars did not hit the base and instead missed entirely. Again, this is what I was talking about, where mortars are a little rough on this map. It's quite difficult to nail that perfectly, and when you do, it's precise. And there it is. Helicopter now ready for the howitzer. Shuts it down. Ooh, that's an exposed howitzer, and I think the helicopter didn't notice. Gonet's panicking to try to get their defenses back online. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I get to see more mortars. Makes me happy every time. Looks like Gonets is going to recover from that mess. Unfortunately for Gonets, helicopter didn't intend to deal critical damage with these mortars. They were just kind of a stopgap while the cannons come out. And the cannons are, they are coming out. Also, helicopters invested fairly substantially into howitzer catchers. So, there's not much more going to be happening with that. The howitzer only has one real place it can impact, and that's directly onto helicopter's core, which is the one place where it's not going to deal much damage, or not going to deal critical damage, because there's so thick defenses there. Maybe hitting the howitzer, giving it a high shot, and hitting it onto the helicopter's upper mines might be a good idea. I don't even know what you do as Garnet's position here, other than just die very suddenly via cannon-shaped perforation. Be firing the howitzer again, and that was not even close. Wow. Overpenning the base via... Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Gets the door snipe, but misses the cannon. Let's see, where's helicopter aiming? Yeah, alright, so now he's aiming directly for the core, so he is going for the kill. Garnet's defending, but it... Is it enough?
Yep.
No.
And there it is. GG.
There it is. Everything going exactly according to Helicopter's plan. Helicopter winning 2-0 in this best of 3. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a conclusion to the round of 16. It's beautiful.
Only 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that's not
Yes.
so bad.
Not so bad for a lot of games. A lot of games went the full 20 minutes too.
Oh, absolutely.
Or 15, yes. But
15 minutes,
Ah, yeah,
yes.
15. Sorry.
To the time limit.
Yeah.
yes, a bunch of them did get
Oh,
long.
yes, 15 minutes. That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
Alright, well, there's your bracket. Round of 16 complete. Helicopter moves on to the next round. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the conclusion of today's show matches. As today we have just done the round of 16. Next week, same time, same place, with the same competitors, we'll be doing the next round, round of 8, and following on to till the finals. So with that, ladies and
Awesome.
gentlemen,
Looking forward to it.
yes, I will.
It will
I
be
look forward to it,
interesting
very
for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to Nose, who's joined us here from the Earthwork Studios. Shout out to 42 Scientists, one of the other members here in the community, also works with Earthwork Studios, for putting together and managing these tournaments, putting together all the cats and herding them in the right places. And shout out to the competitors who are here doing the gaming. And to say thank you all for joining us.
And thank you, Incursus, for your never-ending support.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I do want to give a quick shout out as well to the other casters. We have several casters today. We have the French casters, Salzwerk, for the German community. We also have a new Russian caster, or at least I think for the first time in these tournaments we have a Russian caster, so that's cool for the Russian community. That I love seeing the community grow. Like I know it just makes me happy. It's always great to watch it. And Eaton was also streaming, so I'm probably gonna check by later to see what's going on with that. But for that's gonna be winding it down here, and I'll see you guys same place, same time, next week, same Saturday.